Shaving cream, AutoZone, Nationwide, by Lowe's, LinkedIn ads, and by NFL.com. You can hear every Westwood One NFL broadcast this season on the Westwood One Sports app. Download it free today. Like to thank our crew tonight, studio coordinator Art Martinez, studio engineer Matt Higdon. Our production assistance provided by Andy Garcia and Nathaniel Finch. Statistician Ethan Cooperson. On-site engineer Jake Robinson. Coordinating producers Brian Finkelstein and Aaron Cummins. Executive producer Mike Eby. Special thanks to Bruce Gilbert, our senior vice president of Cumulus Media and Westwood One Sports. Vikings beat the Bears 27-24. For Kurt Warner, Mike Golick, and Mike Golick Jr., Kevin Harlan saying coast to coast and around the world, this has been a presentation of Westwood One Radio Sports.
The home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, the Met offense in neutral, but had an opportunity to steal it in the ninth.
Runners lead second and third. 1-0 Phillies, 2 out, top 9. Duran sets the 0-2 to Alvarez. Swung on and missed strike 3. Again, the breaking ball, a knuckle curve away, and the ball game is over. 4 Phillies pitchers have combined to shut out the New York Mets.
1-0 your final. Howie Rose, the call, Odyssey Mets Radio. Joan Duran getting back-to-back strikeouts of Jeff McNeil and Francisco Alvarez, stranding runners on second and third to end it. Aaron Nola struck out 7 over 6 innings of 3-hit ball. Rookie Nolan McLean, his first big league loss, despite giving up just a run over 5 1/3. Mets now 8 back of Philadelphia in the division. Now, both the Reds and the Giants are still in action now. San Diego and Cincinnati, even at 3, they're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Giants are all over the Diamondbacks 11-5. They head to the 9th, so it looks like the Giants will move to within 3 games of the Mets, and the Reds are 3.5 back as we speak. Giant offense was in neutral in Washington, but after a day to think about it, Brian Dable sticks with Russell Wilson over the rookie and Jaxson Dart Sunday against the Cowboys.
Again, like I said yesterday, that game just doesn't fall on Russell Wilson. You got to do a better job collectively, coaching, playing, but Russ will be the starter.
And the Vikings, 21 points in the fourth quarter. They erased an 11-point deficit. They stunned the Bears 27-24. J.J. McCarthy, 143 yards passing, 25 yards rushing, 3 total touchdowns. 64 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan.
Yeah. There it is. I'm pumped up. I wasn't sure if I was going to even get this 2 hours. I'm back. Yeah, well, there's a lot to unpack when you come back. When you're off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, damn near all of Monday. Yes, all of Monday. It's now Tuesday. Good morning. Keith McPherson on The Fan. Streaming live on YouTube, on the free Odyssey app. They can hear us on 101.9 FM and even further on 660 AM. I got you till 2 a.m. We're going to talk about the Mets. Maybe we can find time to talk about my Yankees. We'll talk about your Giants and your Jets and our National Football League. The script writers have done it again. They've done it again. Coming off of J.J. McCarthy's performance, his rookie debut. Really, it's his first game, second year. But J.J. McCarthy's the first player in NFL history to account for 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter of his NFL debut. Riveting. When he threw that out route that got picked off, my first thought was, can't do that, son. Not at this level. Can't throw that ball late. That's to the crib. And at that point, I'm like, all they can do is score via the field goal. What are they going to come back and win? 18-17? No, they turned it on, and that kid turned it on. He was throwing some dimes. Something clicked, and, I didn't think that the Bears would be able to beat Kevin O'Connell Brian Flores, and that Vikings defense. Not Ben Johnson's first time out there. Not Caleb Williams' first time out there in this new offense. He looked good. He looked good. And I don't need to go through the stats. If you were listening, you just heard that game. You know, he made plays with his legs. I mean, the opening drive, supposedly they hadn't had an opening drive touchdown since December of 2023. And that opening drive, Caleb Williams made plays on his own with his legs, scrambling to his right, hitting O'Dunes or whatever. But then after that, they went quiet. I was watching Peyton Manning and Eli. They had Randy Moss on. They had Bill Murray on. They had Saquon Barkley on. The NFL is great. Last night, I fell asleep on Sunday Night Football. The Ravens going back to Buffalo, the last opener at Highmark Stadium, the last opener for the Bills in that stadium they've been in since the 70s. That new place that they're building is going to be immaculate. I'll definitely go up there to check that. But, yeah, I'm thinking the game is over at 40-25 because the Ravens were pushing them around. It looked like the Baltimore Ravens were there to avenge the Mark Andrews drop. It looked like the Ravens were there to get some payback. They were pushing back. They were pushing those guys around. Derrick Henry pushed the guy into the turf. DeAndre Hopkins pushed off, one-handed grab, touchdown. Lamar Jackson pushed the guy back into his seat. The NFL script writers were cooking. From Jalen Carter spitting on Dak. Dak spit first. So what? Didn't see it. Wasn't at you. Wasn't on you. You didn't have to hawk Tua. You didn't have to hawk Tua and spit on that man's chest. But anyway, the NFL was great this weekend. The NFL, what I told you is, you know, it's bogus. The officiating is bogus. You're going to see a bunch of bogus. You saw some bogus calls tonight. You saw some bogus calls last night. There are things that happen with these flags that just make the game go in a certain way. That Buffalo Wild Wings commercial from a few years back is so accurate. It's like, who's pushing the buttons on this thing? And I also told you, don't believe the hype. That football hype. I told you last week after we, thought Archie Manning was going to come out and win the Heisman in week 1, Texas versus Ohio State. Don't believe that football hype. That football hype hits different. All that talk, all that speculation, none of that matters when there's 11 on 11 inside those white lines. None of that matters once those guys can take matters into their own hands. And shame on me. I let you Giants homers talk me in to this year being different. And I'll let you Giants homers and Jets doubters, negative Jets fans, tell me that the Jets were going to be the same old Jets. Ultimately, they ended up being. But you let me think that, this offense was just going to run the ball and not be effective. Man, what? What? Which way do you want to go? Jets or Giants first? 888-808-1019 as I'm looking into the chat. I see people talking about the Mets. The Mets are fading. Let's go Reds. New York Yankees. The Mets lose again. We're going to get there. We're going to get there, folks. The football first. Football is king. And honestly, I was just talking to Paulie about this. As Paulie checks out, his night is done. Fleeg steps in to man the controls. Dial him up at 888-808-1019. When you have a show like this, a 2-hour show on a Monday night after Monday Night Football, there's no way I can get in all of my thoughts and takes. My notes are so long as I'm scrolling through them now. This is all just off the top of my head, and I'll get to little things. But tomorrow, coming off the Yankee game and the Met game, we're going to talk baseball. It's not going to be a football night. Same thing for Wednesday. Then Thursday, we'll get Thursday Night Football, and we'll get right back to football. So as of right now, I'm starting with the NFL. I'm going backwards. Monday night, Sunday night, now going to Sunday, 1 o'clock, where we see a Jets team come out there. And my biggest takeaway from the Jets is they were ready. They were prepared. All that coach speak, all that talk about coaching. It takes coaching. Aaron Glenn is a coach. They looked like they were prepared, like they were well coached. This offensive coordinator, Tanner Engstrand, I could barely say his name for the last couple months. Is it Strand? Is it Stram? Tanner? Whatever. His name doesn't matter. He's a good coach. He's getting an opportunity to call plays. He dialed up some good plays. And you know what? The quarterback, QB1. Did you guys watch Justin Fields coming out of Georgia on that streaming show called QB1? I did. I had faith in Justin Fields. I remember yelling and screaming on the fan about, I'm tired of y'all telling me this kid can't throw. When you get to that level, They're not paying you what they're paying him. They're not taking a chance on him showing Aaron Rodgers the door. If you can't throw, he can throw. Oh, he can't read defenses, Keith. Well, what did you see him do? What did you see him do against T.J. Watt, against Jalen Ramsey, against Mike Tomlin's Steelers defense? You saw him audible, check plays, make throws. Justin Fields, in his first showing as the Jets quarterback, in my opinion, he passed with flying colors. I told Jet fans, go in with low expectations, then you can't be hurt. Go in not expecting anything, and all you can do is be surprised, and you were. You were. Mostly in a good way, but ultimately in a bad way. 888-808-1019. Your quarterback can throw the ball. Your quarterback damn sure can run the ball, as he had 2 rushing TDs. Your quarterback didn't spend all of that time in the building working with this new regime with a GoPro on his helmet to go out there and not be able to read defenses, to not be able to deliver the ball, to not be able to make plays. And you know what? That offensive line without AVT, they look like they're going to be perfectly fine. You got some young bulldozer type guys on that offensive line. Fashanu, Membu. Like, these guys are grading out as some of the top guys in the NFL. I'm looking up stuff on Membu. Not only is he the top graded rookie lineman, there's stuff out there that's telling you he was the number 1 offensive tackle in the entire league. That's a pretty good return on investment week 1. They are going to learn how to close games. When they went up, and I think it was 26-17, I said they're in the driver's seat. This will be the test to see if they're the same old Jets or not. They're in the driver's seat because Breece Hall was having a big day running the ball. The first time he touched the rock, all you saw was the Jets flexing. That was their selling in the beginning. Even Aaron Glenn, 2 arms out with the flex. They were feeling themselves on offense and defense, sacking Aaron Rodgers, right? But you know what? For some reason, there is some just cosmic energy. There is some higher power. It's just the same. Oh, Jets, Xavier Gibson is still living off of 1 return to win the game 2 years ago against the Bills, who you'll face in the same place coming up next week. You can't put the ball on the carpet after the defense just folded. You can't give them the ball right back. That's the swing right there, and you just knew after that it's going to be tough. 888-808-1019. There were so many good things. Sauce Gardner, that's what you paid him for, right? Even Garrett Wilson with the touchdown, and unfortunately it comes down to Justin Fields. Instead of just saying, I'm fast, I'm strong, I'm in the open field, I can put my head down, I can get these 3 yards, and I can get up, spike the ball, whatever. On the move, he throws the ball to Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson can't complete the catch, catches it, gets popped by Jalen Ramsey, and they had been jawing and going back and forth, and that's the game. And ultimately, you got to watch Aaron Rodgers walk off, cocky-ass Aaron Rodgers doing the uppercut, doing the I can't hear you. Before the game, Aaron Rodgers said, it's just week 1. Oh, it's just the first one. You know, he tried to downplay it. After the game, yeah, Aaron Rodgers was happy to beat everybody involved with the Jets. Could have called it. Aaron Rodgers, chip on his shoulder. Aaron Rodgers, God's gift to earth. Aaron Rodgers, the greatest things. Good on Aaron Rodgers. He even got credited for a touchdown pass on that little flip play to Jonnu Smith. 4 touchdowns. Had a good day. I think he was 22 or 30 or something like that. He had a good day. He got the win, and he gets the last laugh. But if I am a Jet fan, I'm looking at this new Jets regime, and I'm saying, I see what you done. I see what you did. Now clean up the penalties. Clean up the stupid turnover. Can't happen. And you're going to find your way to win some games. You won 6-7 games with Rob Saleh. Now you actually have coaches and you have talent. And they're going to build off of beating the Steelers. They're going to build off of beating future Hall of Famers. They're going to build off of that showing that they had. I love what Justin Fields said about quieting the noise and not listening to outside noise and being focused on what they have in the building. They know that they have what they need in that building. They beat a Steelers team that has a ton of talent. Like, I'm even looking at the Steelers. I'm like, they got DK Metcalf. They got Jonnu Smith. They got Kenneth Gainwell. Like, they went and added some players to that Steelers team. And the Jets should have beat him, should have had him. But that is a young team, a new regime. Just got, man. Kick the extra point. Stop being cute. Kick the ball through the uprights. 888-808-1019. Now, I was so impressed with the Jets' offensive line. I was not impressed with the hog mollies of the New York Giants. And whether it was Art Stapleton or Charlotte Carroll or Dan Duggan or Harvey and Dix Hills or any Giant fan that I had talked to on the fan, I had said, you have a Ferrari, a sports car, Malik Neighbors. Fantastic. You have a three-headed monster in the backfield with Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary, Cam Scattaboo. I can't wait to see that kid. There will be more. But you're only going to go as far as that offensive line. And for the Giants fans listening to my voice right now, I don't know how much longer you can put up with your Sundays being ruined by an offensive line that gets absolutely smashed at the point of attack, pushed around, pushed back. They wreak havoc on these guys. You cannot run an offense like this. I don't care if it's Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston. I don't care if it's Drew Lock, Tim Boyle, Indiana Jones, Daniel Jones, DJ, Danny Dollars. Get the money. Did you see what Daniel Jones was doing away from MetLife? Of course you did. How could you not see it? Preseason started, and Giants fans were online posting GIFs, dancing, celebrating that this is my first year without Daniel Jones. Yes, this is my football team without Daniel Jones. Yes, here's a season where we don't have to watch Vanilla Vic. Well, if you watch Vanilla Vic on Sunday, Indiana Jones, Danny throwing dimes, he did something that no one ever did before. In their debut week 1, he got points on every drive. I think it was 7. Either got a field goal or a touchdown. Ran 2 in. I know one was up close, whatever. For Daniel Jones, a guy that took so much of the blame last year, for Daniel Jones, a guy that last year, stay with me, folks, I'm going to get to Jaxson Dart, a guy that last year, after the bye, they decided QB1, we're done. Right? After they let it linger for so long with Daniel Jones, they let it linger for way too long. But QB1, now we're done. Because we don't want to trigger that money that we'll owe you in your contract in case you get hurt the rest of the way. So we're going to go from QB1 to QB3. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. And we're not even going to tell QB3 during the bye week that he's up. Because we're the New York football Giants, the New York field goal Giants, ran by Brian Daboll and Joe Shane, and we can do whatever the hell we want around here. We could move on from Saquon Barkley. He can go rush for 2,000 yards, win the damn Super Bowl with our division rivals. Daniel Jones is on his way to, I don't want to say what he's going to do, but he might have an opportunity with that Colts team to make some noise, get into the playoffs. How many guys do you have to see them let go on to greener pastures? From Evan Ingram to Xavier McKinney, Leo Washington, Julian Love. I'm forgetting because we used to do this last season. All these former Giants that had left. Even like Sterling Shepard was getting busy with Baker Mayfield down in Tampa. Now he's got Emeka Egbuka. I drafted him in fantasy. 2 touchdowns right out of the gate. He's going to be a problem. But anyway, back to the Giants. If I'm a Giants fan, I'm saying I can't take it anymore. We're a laughingstock. Week 1, we can't score touchdowns. It's supposed to be different. These Giants homers sold me on this year was different. That Russell Wilson was going to be able to do it. That he's an actual quarterback. He's better than Daniel Jones. Brian Daboll is a offensive guru, a mastermind. Where is it? Where is it, though? Would they have 13 tries in the red zone? Where's it at, though? I want to see it. Malik Neighbors is mad because there's no intensity there. Malik Neighbors is not dapping you up, Brian Daboll. He's mad as hell because they're doubling him. Marshawn Lattimore on him, right? He knows he's the Ferrari, and he can't get out the garage. How come you can't draw it up? How come you can't punch it in? Now, when I talked about Daniel Jones and how they skipped from QB1 to QB3 with Tommy DeVito, that very well could happen again, and it should happen. Because they've been playing with Jaxson Dart's name this whole time, from the time that they traded up and got the young man. Great. A lot of people didn't have that on their draft boards. They wanted you to get Shador or get Dart later. You went into the first round and you got your guy. Finally, you drafted a quarterback. And that is supposed to be your saving grace. Your job is safe now. Not so fast. Not so fast. Russell Wilson is running head first to try and score a touchdown. He's wearing that blue Giants jersey. He's trying to put the city on his back, but you know what? He doesn't have it anymore. Let Russ cook. He's cooked. Nobody can get it done behind that offensive line. So you know what's going to happen here, folks, and I hope they don't do this. It's New York. It's going to get loud, and you're a Giants fan, and you're tired of them not being able to score touchdowns. And you saw what Jaxson Dart looked like in the preseason. This is not the preseason. You saw him on the sideline, headband, eye black, choker chain, wristbands, tights, Jordans, drippy, for no reason. They're playing with that man's name. What happened to the package for Jaxson Dart? Oh, yeah, there's going to be a package of plays. Who even said that? Right? I don't even know if the Giants said that. I think that was something said on WFAN. And I remember getting on WFAN saying, why would they do that? He's not a running quarter. He's not Jalen Milroe. And Jalen Milroe got into the game for the Seahawks. He had 1 carry for 1 yard, and that was it for the package that was supposed to be set up for him. Once you get into the flow of the game, it's kind of hard to just be like, we're taking the starter out and putting a rookie in, but we're going to get there, and I just don't want this to happen too soon. Why the hell would you sign Jameis Winston, then sign Russ, to draft this kid, and then throw him to the Wolves? To throw him into the fire, and you're about to be fired, or you're about to be in the fire, and your coach might have to get fired if they don't figure this out. 888-808-1019, because you got to go to Dallas next, and I don't see you winning in Dallas kicking field goals. The New York Field Goal Giants, if it's just you versus Brandon Aubrey in that building, he'll outkick you. And I saw what Dak Prescott looked like throwing the ball. If CeeDee Lamb catches 2 of those 4 drops, it's a different game. George Pickens is going to get going after his first game with Dak. Jake Ferguson is there. Oh, and even in the backfield, Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders looked good till he fumbled. Javonte Williams had 2 touchdowns. The Dallas Cowboys are going to score points in their building. They're resting. They're well rested because they played last Thursday. The Giants on a short week have to travel to Texas and play them. You better get that offensive line ready. You better get Andrew Thomas' ass ready for this week. And you better get that offense together. Where are the moon balls? Malik Neighbors ran this one route. I think I tweeted it where he shook the defender off. It was just a little out route. It was just such a clean route. Made the defender look stupid. I'm like, how are they not going to this guy every play? They can't. They can't. And so you can't throw Jaxson Dart into the fire week 2. Playing with his name, though. After week 1, after the game, Dable, is Russ the starter? He was like non-committal for some reason because it was after the game. The games you play in the media, you're on your last leg, buddy. You got to figure it out, homie. You're supposed to be the guy that made Josh Allen. I woke up this morning and watched what Josh Allen did. That is not because of you. That is not your doing. That is not your influence. It's been some years now. You made Josh Allen, make another Josh Allen. And I don't see you making another Josh Allen by throwing Jaxson Dart into the fire. Let's say home opener against the Chiefs. Stop by American Dream. I'll be hosting the Tullamore Dew tailgate right before the Giants open the season on Sunday Night Football. And you shouldn't be looking forward to that. That should not be Jaxson Dart's first start. And now, if you saw what the Chargers did against the Chiefs, Harbaugh, second year, I don't know if I want to throw this young man into that mix either. And then I've been telling you for weeks, there is a gauntlet, as they think the Yankees are in a gauntlet. They're not in a gauntlet. There is a gauntlet that the Giants will face after they probably get their first win against the Saints October 5th. They have to face the Eagles on a short week. Do not start your rookie quarterback on Thursday Night Football on a short week against Jalen Carter and the Eagles defense. Don't do it. Don't even think about doing it. Be a mistake. Be a big mistake. And then you got to go to the altitude. You got to go out to Denver. You got to face the Broncos. The Broncos didn't look great, but they did enough. It's hard to go out there and play. It's going to be hard to go out there and play 10 days after I wouldn't do that against Sean Payton and his defense. No, I wouldn't throw him to the Wolves out there in Denver. So then the next week, you got to go down to Philly again and face Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, maybe A.J. Brown. You're going to start him for his first game in the Link with those fans in that environment? That's where you want to? No. So where do you start Jaxson Dart? 2 months into the season. Give it 2 months. 2 months of him watching game film, going through the experience of pregame, warm-up, game day, traveling with the team, being an NFL player, but watching. Now, I'm not saying you give Russ 2 months. You sign Jameis Winston for a reason. Use him. Not as a cheerleader, not as a rah-rah guy picking the team up. Throw him into the fire before you break glass in case of emergency and throw Jaxson Dart in there. Don't do it. It's New York. It's going to get loud as hell. It is overdue for Dable and Shane and these guys to start winning. And not just winning, scoring touchdowns. Not embarrassing the city. Not embarrassing the proud fans. Not embarrassing the New York Giants where, like the name the New York Giants, they are eroding it. And they are getting the opportunity to do that because Mara had a quick hook before them. 888-808-1019. They're a laughingstock right now. Week 1 since 2011, their record is 2-12. The point differential is minus 171. They don't score, bro. It is like, doesn't that drive you insane that you can't even, you watch the game, some of you might have a tradition, take a shot every touchdown. Watching a Giants game, you can't even take a shot, bro. You might have something you do with your homies, a high five. You can't even do that watching these guys. The defense, Shane Bowen, I said Shane Bowen should have been fired last year. Somebody's head had to roll. How does everybody survive that? In New York, they fired Tom Thibodeau, bro. Thibodeau is Kayvon. Excuse me as I'm ranting to start this open. I got 5 minutes left. Just stay with me here. That defense, I saw Justin Pennick. Shout out to Justin Pennick. Justin Pennick put together the abuse on second down that was going on. They couldn't stop the Commanders, bro. They couldn't stop them on 2nd and 10, 2nd and long. The Commanders are probably watching the film saying, we should have more points. We should have done better. Jaden Daniels talking to Brian Burns. Yeah, it's just another day out here. I'm hanging out. I don't fear you guys. I'm running away from you laughing. Yeah, good job, buddy. Good job, buddy. You guys aren't beating us. You can't score. You can't stop us on 2nd down. I'm having my way. My boy's over there, right? Malik Neighbors is mad as hell. He's on the bench sitting back like, oh, I hate it here. Hopefully I can get to D.C. and be reunited with my best friend, Jaden Daniels. This sucks. So, yeah, wait for it. They're going to go from, because I don't know why they're playing with Jaxson Dart's name. I think it's one of those New York things, right? Let's give the fans some excitement, some buzz, and let them think that Jaxson Dart is one play away. We'll make him QB2. Don't you do that. Don't throw this kid into the fire where 35-year-old Greg Van Roten can't help him, where John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt at center has never been good. How does he have one stretch that we've been like, hey, man, you've seen John Michael Schmitz holding it? I don't recall. Andrew Thomas, since he's been good, we haven't seen him. James Hudson, that's who you signed? Runyon, when you signed him, I guess we just thought he was an automatic Hall of Famer. Evan Neal, you drafted him, he's inactive. Illuminor, I'll give a break to, but he's a part of it too. He's doing the best he can over there. But like, come on, bro. The Hog Mollies. Different years, same thing with the Giants. I can't believe that we all fell for it. They ran back the same offense and just told you that 36-year-old Russell Wilson was going to be the answer because Daniel Jones was terrible. And Daniel Jones is over there hitting Michael Pittman, Alec Pierce, Tyler Warren, lighting it up over there in Indy in the Dome. 888-808-1019. The Mets tonight, that was disappointing. Can't score a run. And then you know what they're talking about, how the Mets don't score after the 8th inning on. You actually had the opportunity to make it happen, Mets. It was such a disappointing end to that game. Nolan McClain still held it down. Maybe some of it is wearing off as far as these young players and the Mets kind of bringing the energy and the run support, and maybe that's worn off. I bet on the Mets tonight. I was for certain that they own the Philadelphia Phillies. They've woken up Aaron Nola. And what is up with the offense? Now is not the time for the Mets to be going the other way. If you look at this upcoming schedule, as we will go over after the break, and when I come back, now is not the time to be fading. They need to be hitting. They need to be pitching and playing their best baseball. And there's just little things that come down. Like you don't have Tyrone Taylor. You don't have Jose Siri. Acuna's already, you can't pinch run him. You got to put Mauricio in. Mauricio is supposed to be the run that you have to do everything in your power to get in. Alvarez got to have a better at bat. Jeff McNeil needs you there to come through. And you know what? It's just like crazy to see them fold like that at this point in the season. You lose a series to the Cincinnati Reds, and then this team that, you own, one run, I guess, all you need is one run, and it's hard to win if you don't score, but you had the run there, and I don't know. You got to do everything to get that. I know there were things. And Juan Soto had an opportunity with Lindor on. He grounded out. Brett Beatty got picked off. There was just, I don't know. There was so many little disappointing things. But you got to move past it. There are 3 more games against the Philadelphia Phillies. You need to take at least 2. Because take a look at what the Texas Rangers are doing right now. They don't think their season's over. They think they can get a wild card spot or maybe even get crazy and challenge for the division. The Padres want their division. They're in the wild card. You got them right after. The Nationals, don't sleep on the Nationals because they'll turn it on when they see the orange and blue. We'll get to it. It's already 12:30. I don't have a lot of time tonight. 888-808-10119. Whatever you guys want to talk about that I just started with, it's open for. I have so much more in my notes that I didn't hit. I didn't even talk about the Yankees. We got Carlos Rodon's charity outing tonight. Anthony Volpe is the main story out of that. I don't know if you caught the girl he pulled up with. Volpe pulled up. He said, "You think I'm bad? Well, my bitch is badder." Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Let's break it down. I'm only on till 2, streaming on YouTube, the free Odyssey app, and obviously on the radio as well. Call me up. We will be right back.
Mets or Yankees, Jets or Giants, doesn't matter. WFAN breaks it all down with passion, knowledge, and non-stop New York energy. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Connecticut's best value is at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 26th when the Yankees host the division rival Orioles for a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night, presented by Star Insurance. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees Jersey hoodie. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night when the Yankees face the Baltimore Orioles on Friday, September 26th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is new New York's largest upscale gentlemen's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at HEARTNY.com. That's HEARTNY.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, man. Let's get right into it. I have so much more to unpack from the weekend that was. I'm so happy that the NFL is back. If you're watching on YouTube, I got the just NFL black and white tee on with the shield on it. Because I'm a free agent. I don't have a team. I got no strings to hold me down. I'm not a Giants fan. I don't root for the Browns. Coming up, you'll hear my Week 1 NFL rap. But I didn't want to play that. I wanted to get some calls in, and then we'll play that. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. We're talking about the Giants. We're talking about the Jets. I did a little bit on the Mets. Oh, my goodness. I'm watching my guy, JJ. I was just with JJ at the Bernie Williams softball game. He's on SNY. The Mets are 0-60 this season when trailing after 8 innings. 0-60? Not once? I didn't know it was that bad. I can't call them the make it happen Mets. Anyway, let's get back to the conversation at hand. I think the number one conversation is the Giants, right? From listening today, seeing some of you guys' reaction online, watching the game myself, something is wrong. They fooled us. We've been hoodwinked, bamboozled. They talked a good game. You know what it was? I think they won the first night of the draft. And they're the Giants. You want to believe that they're going to right the ship. You want to believe that they're going to figure it out. Yeah, and I found the Justin Pennick tweet during a break. The Giants, on 10 different instances, had the Commanders on 2nd and 10 or longer. The Commanders averaged 15 yards per play on all those plays. And then if you click on it, it's Justin Pennick from Talking Giants. On 2nd down, they had their way. Like Peyton Manning used to say, like, we don't need 3rd down. We don't need to get into third and long. We don't need 3rd down. Move the sticks on 2nd down. And that's what the Commanders did. The Commanders are probably kicking themselves watching the film saying, we should have more points. We should have scored more. We should have scored before the half. Anyway, I said I wanted to get to the phone. Louis in Newark, you're first on the fan. Go for it, Louis.
Hey, Keith, good to talk to you again, buddy.
Thanks for calling.
So I agree with you what you said. We have Jameis Winston. And, I think that him playing would actually ignite the Giants more than Jaxson Dart right now. At least with Jameis, you're going to score. You'll get 25 touchdowns. You'll get 25 interceptions and 3,000 yards. but we'll be in the game.
But what if you don't?
Be in the game.
If this man prayed for somebody to heal him? He prayed to be cured of his pick sixes. He wanted to be delivered of pick sixes. What if Brian Daboll's offense and Mike Kafka's play calling is the elixir, is the blessing he's been waiting for? I know he'll let it rip. That's the thing. I'd rather a guy, and I also feel like he's just his personality and his energy is going to be better than Russell Wilson talking about, we played our butts off, man. We left. What are you talking about, bro? Nobody wants to hear that. This is a team that lost 10 in a row last year. This is a team that needs to find ways to punch it in and at least have their fans sitting on the couch feeling like they're competing for 4 quarters.
I don't think Jaxson Dart can do that for us yet, and I think he has to sit and learn more. You're talking to a guy, I think we're around the same age. I remember the Eli days, right? I know that you're a former Cowboys fan, but I remember the Eli days, but I also remember Dave Brown under center.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited for Jaxson Dart. I just don't think it's time. I think that Jameis right now gives us a better chance to win than Russell Wilson.
And I think, thanks for the call, Louis, and I think that you will get to that before you get to Jaxson Dart, and that's why I reminded y'all, because I shout out to Big Mac, and Big Mac's coming up. Big Mac had a take last night that I caught on our Instagram where, he said something along the lines of like that they won't go to Jameis before Dart now because of this unofficial depth chart. So I'm probably misquoting Big Mac. I apologize. I'll be listening to your show when you get on, Chris. But I commented on the Instagram post, and I'm like, Big Mac, you're the man. But, can I remind you that last year they did this? Last year, they disregarded their own depth chart, and they went to Tommy DeVito over Drew Lock. They had Drew Lock answering questions about, I was really looking forward to the opportunity. I don't know what happened here, but, I just got to trust the coaches. And when they're going to do that again, I hope, because Jaxson Dart is your only hope. 888-808-1019. Gary's in Waterbury on the fan. Gary, don't tell me you want them to sacrifice this young man. He is it. You can't ruin him. You can't break him. You can't have Jalen Carter taking his face off. You can't.
No, but Dable has shown nothing. I'm throwing in the towel on Dable, and I smash teeth after your beef. No relief. I'll step on stage.
Girl, scream like I'm Keith. You went from throwing in the towel to Craig Mack.
No, no. But look what Danny Dimes did, and like you said, and look what Josh Allen is still doing. Don't tell me that was Dable.
Right.
Either you got the horses or you don't.
Bro, all of this stuff that we built Dable up, there are other cases built against that. They're stronger. They're stronger.
100%. And Dallas is going to smash us, too. We're buzzsaw spot. No chance in that.
Dallas is
either.
fraudulent, too, especially in their building, because that place will be sold out. There'll be a lot of hype. I've seen them got in their own building, but I don't see that happening because how are you going to keep up with them? Dak is going to be methodical. He's going to be surgical. It doesn't matter if it's the Eagles defense. It doesn't matter what defense. Dak has been doing this for 10 years. Dak is going to drop back and put the ball where it's supposed to be. CeeDee Lamb is going to be focused on catching it. Like, Adoree Jackson got cooked. That just came into my head. Adoree Jackson is the last Giant that we can look at and say, at least they got rid of him.
No, we're gonna get cooked. We're gonna get cooked this whole year. We're already smoked.
But if you get cooked this whole year, everybody gets fired. And then that's not good for your young quarterback that just came in and learned this whole system. And like Malik Neighbors is talking about, he's struggling to learn the system. I've been telling him, like, it's going to come along. Keep working at it. Then he's got to learn another system next year?
The players play, though. But the players play. So I would throw Dart in, because that's the only. No.
Once the season is lost,
I want him in.
You can't throw Dart in to try to save jobs or win games. Why did you go sign two veteran quarterbacks?
I don't even want. No, I don't. It's going to be a clean house situation after this year.
Thanks for the call, Gary. I think that's where we're heading. The fans are done. I don't know how many people tweeted me that are like, they're just like, I can't take it anymore. And I feel you. Like, I love football. I'm wearing an NFL shirt. I watched every single snap that I could of the Jets, Giants, and Red Zone, and then went back. I recorded some games. I'm looking at box scores. I'm looking at fantasy stuff. I'm just like, man, thank God the NFL is back. So we're getting to the point of the baseball season where, like, we know who's going to be in the dance for the most part. Shout out to the Yankees for handling business or whatever. But, like, the NFL is just, it's riveting. Like, I'm watching the Rams-Texans game. Texans-Rams was Texans at Rams. And I'm thinking, C.J. Stroud and the Texans are about to go do it. And then they cough the ball up and the Rams win. And I'm like, there's something to be said about good coaching. Sean McVay and the Rams, they're still around. Now they got Devontae Adams out. The NFL season is upon us. Something else I'll leave you with, which I'm not leaving yet, but something else I wanted to say tonight is also it's week 1. We're going to overreact, but we should. Like, it's an overreaction to say throw Dart in there week 2, but people have their cases. It's also an overreaction to say cut Xavier Gibson, but it's not an overreaction to say, like, what has he done? But you don't really have anybody else. Remember Tariq Cohen was trying to make the Jets squad last year? They should call him up. I think he's like 30. They should call him up strictly for punt return, kick return, see if he wants to take the league minimum. Tariq Cohen, come back. If Xavier Gibson's got one more time to put the ball on the carpet, and then he's done. Because this Jets team, like, I see something there, man. With their style of play, like, they won the possession game as far as, like, they had more first downs. Let me go to the team stats right now because I was looking at this doing my notes. They had more first downs. They had 4 more first downs. They had more total plays. They had almost 400 yards of offense on that defense that literally has Hall of Famers. They had almost 10 minutes more under time of possession. Like what they did what we thought, but they were better than we thought. Execution-wise, throwing the ball. Some of the plays that Fields made throwing the ball, I'm like, see? There's no way that you spend that much time in the building and don't go out there and execute and just tuck it and run it. They have some things. And you know what? They didn't reveal everything in week 1. Like, I'm very intrigued to see what the Jets look like against the Bills. For some reason, the Bills always kind of stub their toe against the Jets. And I'm sure the Bills are going to be singing Mr. Brightside all the way from Buffalo to MetLife. And, like, maybe if you ground and pound them, maybe if you punch them in the mouth and you play it, you learn from the first game, you play a little different game, and you obviously don't let Josh Allen, the MVP, go off for 22 points and pass for 270 yards or whatever it was. I woke up this morning, I saw that, I'm like, how, Sway? I don't have the answers. 888-808-1019. The NFL is insane. It's insane. Like, a kicker doesn't make an extra point, doesn't make a field goal for Cleveland. The Bengals escape with a victory. That was my survivor pick. They should have lost that game. I know you saw that hit Myles Garrett put on Joe Burrow. I'm like, damn, that's why they pay him so much money. Like, that is a full on, that's literally getting hit by a car. There were so many little things from the NFL this weekend. There were so many little things that I watched and I enjoyed. I don't even have time to unpack them. Lamar Jackson. And Lamar Jackson, before we go back to the phone, Lamar Jackson is who I want you to think of when you're looking at Justin Fields. Only for this sake. It took Lamar Jackson years to become the pocket passing quarterback that he is now. To be as comfortable in the offense, to read the defense and know where to go with the ball. It took him years. But he can still gash you with a run. That is what Justin Fields has to become. A guy that is surgical, that is looking to pass, knows where to go with the ball, but when there's nothing there, take off. He can do it. That is what the league is turning into. That is what Josh Allen can do. That's what you saw Caleb Williams do tonight. That's what Kyler Murray can do. That's what so many of these quarterbacks in the NFL can do because they're the man unaccounted for. The quarterback is the guy that's like, well, our defense has no answer for everybody being covered, everybody rushing, and you just breaking out and running for a touchdown or running for a first down. It's a backbreaker. Jaden Daniels. Bruce is in Flushing on the Fan. What's up, Bruce?
Keith, a couple of football giant points, but before I get to that, I want to let you know that the San Francisco Giants won tonight. They're now 3 games behind the Mets.
Yeah, I was okay. I have. We're gonna get to the scoreboard watching. Did that no hitter end for? Well, yeah, the game is over. I know there was a no in the Rockies Dodgers game. Dodgers end up winning 3-1. Yeah, I'll get to the out of town scoreboard. Okay. And before I get out of here, I will talk more Mets and Yankees and get your point in on the Yankees and Giants or whatever you want.
No, 2 points on the Giants. Number one, I was always taught the key to an offensive line, especially the running attack, is your center. Well, Schmidt has proven he's horrible. He was horrible last year. He was horrible the year before. And you can tell that offensive line, they couldn't move the defensive line when at the 1 yard line, 7 times in a row? So here's what the Giants have to do. Before we get to the quarterback situation, and I got to that in a second, you have to bench Schmidt. You have to put Grant Van Note at center, because when he suffered from last year, actually the offensive line was better, a little better than it was when Schmidt was there. Put the 5th round draft pick, I forgot his name, who was doing so well. Bo? Yeah, who's doing so well in training camp and one of the guard positions. And the way you change this team is changing the offensive line. That's number one. Number two, I know you don't like this, but, when a pitcher is in trouble, he goes where his best pitch would be, let's say it was a fastball. He goes with his fastball. The coach knows his job is on the line. So he'll start the quarterback in the Dallas game. But if the Giants lose this game this week, you will see Jaxson Dart against Kansas City at home.
Yikes. I hope not. Bruce, thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. Oh, I'm sorry. I said you could get your Yankee take in if you have one. Call back. I got another hour. But I just want to say that's reckless. That's putting the carriage in front of the horse. That is just, don't do it. And you know what? I understand it's loud right now. And I understand people are saying Russell Wilson doesn't give us an opportunity. I just don't think it's the right move. I think if you're going to lose games, don't put this kid at risk. Don't put his development at risk. Don't rush it. That was never the plan. Don't change your plan because plans change in game. That offensive line, I don't know how many different configurations of that offensive line we want to see. They're not going to change this offensive line. Andrew Thomas needs to be ready to play. If I'm Joe Shane, if I'm Brian Daboll, if I'm his teammates, I'm saying, listen, bro, come on, man. Get reps in practice and get into the game, bro. We're going to Dallas, man. It's indoors, on the turf. They don't have Micah Parsons. We need you. We need you. You're technically the best offensive lineman we have. And I don't know, how can Evan Neal not be a factor? When this kid was coming out of Bama, I remember Michael Irvin raving about him. I remember they did the hey rookie, welcome to the NFL, and they showed his work. He was a can't miss, surefire thing. You use a high draft pick on him, and I know you need. And then John Michael Schmidt, I don't know, never materialized. It just never translated from Minnesota Big Ten football to the NFL. He's overmatched, and he's gonna be overmatched. Like that's a nightmare for him having to face Jalen Carter and in between the Broncos, and I don't know. I don't see where it changes with Jaxson Dart. I think, and even when you hear Brian Daboll say, we got to be better all around. This game's not on Russell Wilson. It's not. He was under duress. He was trying to, how Russ does his little doo-doo, spin out, doo-doo. There was nothing there. He's trying to get the ball to Malik Neighbors. He's getting his arm hit. That is not fun. I know a lot of y'all play Madden, might go outside and play football. I mean, I know the little bit of football that I can claim to. You're gonna feel that. You're gonna taking those hits. He's older, and yeah, he said all the right things at the end of the game. But no, Giants fans don't want to hear that, bro. They're at their wits' end. They don't want to hear that we played our butts off. We left it all out. No, you didn't. That Russell Wilson positive energy stuff is not going to rock here. People are thirsty for wins. They're starving for touchdowns. And you have 3 running backs. You have receivers. Darius Slayton's coming out there all I could do is run my route and get open. I got face masks. I have one route that and that's why I'm looking at the offense too. And I'm also looking at the players that were selected. Now this is fully Shane and Daboll's club. Now this is fully the team. You got rid of all of those guys, from Saquon to Daniel Jones to all the other names that we've listed, from Evan Ingram to Leonard Washington. Now you got your guys. There was a post, shout out to the Entertainer, put out Joe Shane's 2023 draft class yesterday. Deontay Banks, 11 snaps. Jalen Hyatt, 0 snaps. And John Michael Schmitz looked like John Michael Schmidt. So what are we doing here? It's time to actually let's be critical about what we're getting out of the New York Football Giants, because it's embarrassing. They're a laughingstock across the NFL, and it's been that way for too long now. 888-808-1019. When we come back, we'll drop some beats. I really don't feel like there's a big shot of the night to do. Nobody won. The Mets lost. The Jets lost. The Giants lost. Maybe, I don't know. No, there's no awards to be given out. We do have to talk a little more baseball, and I'll do that in the next hour. Stay with us. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Remember, for years we were evaluating him on a quarterback that they could sit there and say, well, this wasn't our guy. He was forced on us. Well, that guy went out and had a spectacular week 1 elsewhere.
Look good.
And your guy that you brought in was awful. So is it Daniel Jones or is it Brian Daboll?
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hey, New York! Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios for eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hey friends, I'm Sharon McMahon, host of Here's Where It Gets Interesting. Each week I speak with authors, experts, and thought leaders on everything from American history and democracy to how to be a better person on the internet. And don't miss my extremely popular docuseries, which educate you on things you never learned in history class. Follow and listen to Here's Where It Gets Interesting on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for the perfect place to catch the game on Long Island? Check out Tap Room, now with 9 locations, including their newest at Station Yards in Ronkonkoma. Great food, rotating craft beer, and TVs everywhere. Plus Sunday game day drink specials, wing night Thursdays, and kids eat free Tuesdays. It's the best place for sports, food, and friends. Visit taproomofny.com to find your spot.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Looking for the best waste removal on Long Island? Maggio Environmental is your partner in recycling for zero waste. From commercial recycling to full-scale construction projects, we handle it all. Lead reports, trash, and everything in between. With state-of-the-art recycling facilities and service within 24 hours, including convenient roll-off containers, we make waste removal simple, efficient, and eco-friendly. Maggio Environmental. From the ground up, we've got you covered. Call or visit maggioenvironmental.com today.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Aaron Nola stymied the Mets over 6 innings, 3 hits, 7 Ks. Then Joan Duran wiggled out of a second and third one-out situation in the ninth as the Phillies shut down the Mets 1-0 and seemingly put them to bed for good in the NL East.
The goal is to win the division, but, we're 8 back now. I guess that's what it is, but we got to keep going. We got to turn the page here. We got to get ready for another game tomorrow and, continue to get the job done. But overall, the inconsistency, and here we are in this position.
Rookie Nolan McClain gave up a run over 5 1/3, but took his first loss. Now 4-1 with a 1.42 ERA in his 5 starts. Giants won, Reds lost, so the Mets up 3 on San Francisco, 4 on Cincinnati. Not time for Jaxson Dart just yet. Brian Dable sticking Russell Wilson for Sunday against the Cowboys.
Yeah, I have confidence in Russ. We're doing everything we can do each week to develop Jaxson. He spends a lot of time in the building, spends a lot of time after practice going through things that he needs to go through to prepare himself to be, if he gets called upon, to be ready to go. And that's what we'll continue to do.
And J.J. McCarthy accounted for 3 total touchdowns in the fourth quarter, led the Vikings by the Bears 27-24 as Minnesota came back from 11 points down. 62 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Back on the block, man, let me talk to you. About to spit like Jalen Carter, to it. You might have heard me, might have seen me on the fan. They've been waiting for me to drop like CD Lamb. Look, I just need 60 seconds of your time. They asked me for my picks, I asked if I could rhyme. This is my second year, week 1 already here. And Steelers fans won't have any problems getting here. The terrible towels are taking over MetLife. Hard knocks to hard knock life, living that jet life. I do think this is the year the Jets can get right, but Pittsburgh will cover the spread like a chef's knife. This is Rodgers' Super Bowl, he won't win another title. He thinks he's a god, he's just older than the Bible. Last part of my recital is about division rivals. Jaden Daniels' mom goes where he goes like his iPhone. Some Giants fans want the backup to start. Before the action starts, you want to crash Jaxson Dart? Look, JD versus JD is in the future. Russell Wilson is not listening to future. I think the Giants cover but still end up losers. And Monday night Chicago will not have enough shooters. Perfect. Right back at it on the fan. So that's my little segment that will run on the block. If you listen to 94.7, the block, old school hip hop. Shout out to Skip. Shout out to Keisha. Shout out to all of them over there for real. Last year they were like, hey, can you do some picks for us? And if you're familiar with last year, how I approached it, I'm like, I'm going to do picks on WFAN if I do picks. And I don't even like doing picks. Honestly, I didn't do it. I didn't tell you who I think's winning the Super Bowl. I didn't tell you who I think's winning the NFC East. I just think that doesn't matter. What does that matter? Like, oh, well, Keith said, who cares? But when they asked me for picks, instead of me coming in and being like, good evening, everyone. Keith McPherson from WFAN, and in week 1, I will take the Jets to... Nah, I'm like, can I rhyme? Can I spit? Can I rap? And you've heard me freestyle before if you've been paying attention over the years, and I've kind of stopped doing just the regular raps on WFAN about myself. I think it plays better when I'm doing sports raps, football raps. So every week, Friday, after I think like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, my weekly segment on the block will air where I'll rap my picks. Now, if you were paying attention to the rap, I obviously am not really giving analysis. I'm just trying to get some bars off. And you hear the picks. But like last year, I didn't do the spread too often. And I don't really think I need to do the spread. It's a hip-hop station. People don't really care about the spread. People don't know the spread unless they gamble. I'm just going to stick to money line picks. So I was correct on all my picks. I thought the Steelers would win. I thought the Commanders would win. And I thought that Chicago would not have enough shooters. I really just felt like they weren't going to have the firepower. Rome Odunze in his second year, Colston Loveland in his first year, Omalade Zacchaeus in his first year with Ben Johnson and the Bears. I don't even know who else they were going to. But anyway, Caleb Williams tried to, do what he could on his own, but they lose to J.J. McCarthy in the Vikings, and I kind of thought that they would. So looking forward to week 2. Still taking your calls on week 1, the Giants, the Jets, and whatever you saw. Like I saw the Lion is always hungry. Micah Parsons, that sack that he had on Jared Goff looked like something out of National Geographic, Discovery Channel. The lion chasing the gazelle. Trayvon Diggs tweeted out, this can't be real. Of course it's real. Jerry Jones traded away that man for 2 picks. He's not going to – the Packers are going to be top 5 team. They just beat the Lions pretty easily in their building. Where are they going over the next couple years? With that defense, with that quarterback, with that offense, with that running back. You know what I'm saying? Like, so dumb. You know, you trade away Micah Parsons to the team that has eliminated you. Stupid. But you know what? Jerry Jones can't fire himself. Jerry Jones is the end-all, be-all. He's the GM until he's not able to walk into the building anymore. John Mara, you can fire your GM. You can fire your head coach. Bob is up in Rhode Island on the Fan next. Go for it, Bob.
Okay, Keith. I go way back to the Giants when they were the only team in New England. I'm 75 years old. The Patriots weren't even around, and I was a Giant fan. And I never switched to the Patriots. In fact, I rooted against them with Brady. For 6 Super Bowls, I rooted against them. And Eli Manning, I was happy when he beat Brady twice. And all Dayball's good for is eating donuts. And Shine, they should get rid of both of them. They're no good. Buffalo didn't want them with good reason. Are you the new schmoozer?
I think so. I think I'm just, I won't say I'm the new schmoozer, but I'm doing the nights. Thanks for the call, Bob. Is it new at this point? This is my 4th year, I guess. You know what's crazy, too? As you just mentioned that, I was filling something out for somebody earlier yesterday now, and they needed information on WFAN's reach. So I go to ChatGPT, which I do for everything now. I think everybody's up on, artificial intelligence, and at least like ChatGPT, how they can collect information from everything on the internet. Sometimes it glitches, sometimes it's incorrect, but I was looking at ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said that WFAN reaches 1.11 million people, has that reach to reach 1.11 million people every 15 seconds. So I'm like, let me see if I can pull this up right now. I'm like, well, damn. I'm like, I did not really realize that. I'm like, man, I done poured my heart into WFAN for 4 years. I done told my whole life story. I done told them everything about me. I'm like, I wonder how many people actually are aware of me. And then, I continued, and I'm like, who is Keith McPherson? How did Keith McPherson make it on WFAN? How many followers? And ChatGPT has all the information. I'm like, sick. But yeah, right here. WFAN holds a 3.1 share of the listening audience among adults ages 6+ in the New York metro area. Yada, yada, yada. Where is it? So combining this, WFAN reaches 1.11 million listeners during a typical 15-minute period. That's a strong footprint on one of the nation's largest radio markets. WFAN leads in the key demographic, men 25 to 54. Boomer and Gio's morning show, for example, routinely captures 12.1% share among that group, which is a dominant position in New York sports radio. And so, shout out to Bob75, who says, I wasn't really following you, Bob. Maybe there's some history that I'm not aware of. I know the Giants were one of the original teams, but I think I don't know, maybe you misspoke when they were in New England. They were never in New England, but I guess maybe there wasn't a New England team, so maybe the Northeast, or maybe somebody would call and say, no, I don't know, maybe before my time, and you stuck with them. And shout out to people that have stuck with WFAN from the time that I auditioned, August 25th, 2021. And then officially took over the nighttime shift for the legendary Steve Summers as he retired. No one will ever replace the schmooze. There is no new schmoozer. If you listen to WFAN, there's nobody close. That's not a knock on myself or anybody else. It's really just props to Steve. I don't know. I've told Steve this, and I've told you guys this. I think his voice, his delivery, his style, his monologues, his comedic presence, his timing. I just think he's such a rare, there's no one that can even pretend to do sports talk radio like he does. I never tried to walk in his shoes. I think in the beginning I did a little bit of, I paid homage to him with a little bit of me here, you there. Captain, I think I refer to myself as Captain McMidnight at a couple points, but I've tried to carve out my own lane, my own style, and I've done that, and I thank you for that. And, when I looked at that number and I think about 4 years passing and what I'm able to do and even the conversations that I'm having now and the emails that I'm reading and what people are, I'm like, man, I came into WFAN saying that mic is powerful, but like I'm still learning actually how powerful it is. So shout out to you if you're just listening somewhere with no plans on ever calling. Shout out to you if you've heard my voice at night from 2021, 2, 3, 4, now 5, going into 26 is the time just flies by. And I always say, you guys don't get tired of this stuff. You guys don't get tired talking about the same teams. You don't get tired talking about the same GM, coach of the Giants. It's the same thing. It is this. That is what is blowing my mind. Like, I actually fell for it. I actually thought the Giants could beat the Commanders. I didn't say so in my rap, but you know what I did say? I'm like, I think they cover and still end up losers. I thought that they were gonna hang with them. I thought that it might have been like a 24-20 game, a 23-20 game, a 2017 game. You got to score touchdowns. This is the NFL. Got to score touchdowns, man. And like, what can we, outside of that first year that Brian Daboll won Coach of the Year and they went to the playoffs, what else can we say about, bro? What can you actually say about your head coach? Like, all of this stuff about Josh Allen, stop. Josh Allen has been a much better player and an MVP years removed from Brian Daboll. You can't give Brian Daboll credit for that. You could have in the past. You can't, not these last few years. Josh Allen is a different guy. Are y'all watching Hard Knocks? Did you watch Hard Knocks? And they're showing you how they're working with him and his throwing motion and all this. The guy that he's become, he really ascended into that guy after Brian Daboll. And like, when you see Russell Wilson go out there and look similar to Daniel Jones, and then you see Daniel Jones lighten it up for the Colts, it's like Daniel Jones wasn't the problem. How do you not address the offensive line for real? How do you know that Andrew Thomas is nursing something and he's not going to, like that has to have a urgency mark over it. Why do you think Malik Neighbors is pissed off? Malik Neighbors is ready to go. He doesn't have to practice to run his routes. No, he's ready to go. He's trying to get open. The offense is not on schedule, man. It's just it's tiresome. It's tiresome watching the Giants game, and I'm like, nothing has changed. And when you think about New York sports, that's why I mentioned Tom Thibodeau. He took the Knicks. When you talk about a guy coming in and changing the culture, like, he actually did the impossible with the New York Knicks. And you give credit to Leon Rose bringing in the right players and stuff, but he coached them on the floor. He got the most out of these guys. He got what he could get out of Julius Randle. He's the guy responsible for Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart and leading them and putting. He got to the Eastern Conference Finals. He gave you joy that you have not felt in a long ass time, 25 years, and they kicked him to the curb. These guys give you pain and misery week in and week out. And as they sold you this optimism about Russell Wilson, and I even sold you a little bit on, okay, this is the year after Saquon. That's the Saquon hangover, whatever. Saquon's gone. He's an Eagle now, won the Super Bowl. That's in the past. Last year's season was like, hey, this is the first year without Saquon. I said, they got some new characters in the building. They got some new leaders in the room. I like this team. I like the look of practice in preseason. That's got nothing to do with anything. It's got nothing to do with anything. Sunday, we sat down to watch the New York Field Goal Giants again, and we were reminded this is what they are. This is what they do. So who's to blame? The guys that drafted the team and that are coaching the team. No one got held accountable. No heads had to roll. Nobody was sacrificed. So what do you expect? Robbie's in Lenox on the Fan. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, Keith, thanks for taking the call. I wanted to talk about the New York Football Giants. First of all, I wanted to say congratulations on 4 years. I first started calling you on your first year. And for a 22-year-old kid, I used to say, morning to you and how you be. When I was 22, I started calling Steve in 1987, the overnights when Susan was first on. And now I'm 60 years old, and I'm talking to you, man. So the beat goes on, and congratulations. I just want to thank you for all the time.
Thank you for being loyal and listening and calling consistently.
Thanks,
we don't exist without listeners, and the shows don't go on the right way without callers.
Thanks, man. The station's been part of 2/3 of my life. So, but anyway, I wanted to say my buddy Ralph from Manhattan, myself and Ralphie, hopefully be back on our station in October. He's down south now, hopefully doing all right. And so we're going to be on the air again talking, hopefully. So we'd love to have you on some morning. You know, we're going to try to get it on like 11 o'clock in the morning. So maybe we could have you on after you go to sleep and wake up a little bit.
Yeah.
Talking some sports.
Let me know.
So I think I'll definitely go back to the sports format. We did entertainment for a while because Ralph's on PAT down in Patterson and in New York, so he has a lot of entertainment stuff. But I'm going back to sports, I think, with them. So I'm going to make them have sports for an hour. Anyway, Listen, I got to talk about the Giants. I'm disgusted. My first game was 1972 behind the poles at Yankee Stadium. Okay, the problem with this team, and it's been with this for 15 years, is they don't have an offensive line. And I don't care if AT comes back. I love AT. The problem is why do you go out and get a guy like Brian Burns when you know you have a problem with your left tackle? He's an injured guy. He did nothing to fix. He did no plan to back it up. There was no plan B by Joe Shane. Now, I'll give you some examples of stupidity yesterday. Let's talk about the first set of downs. Brian Dable, you got to go down the field, okay? The field is vertical, not horizontal. A 3rd and 10 play to Rondell Robinson on a screen pass is just dumb. I don't like Kafka. Here's where he gets stupid. You know what Dable reminds me of? He's like a bald-headed version of Jason Garrett. It's like, let's get cute on the 2-yard line. Why don't you just run straight? So then they decide to run straight with Scadaboo, right? And he goes nowhere. Why? Because nobody can block. So I'm questioning right now, Keith, the drafting of Shane and the coaching of Dable. They even brought in a really great offensive line coach with experience to try to coach these guys. It's a talent issue. Okay, and here's my other question for you. Why can't the Giants stop the run? And what's the status of Dexter Lawrence? Because if they don't have him, forget it. They're in big trouble. But my question to you is, year after year after year, and I've said this, I've talked about this with Moose. I've talked about this with Schmelke. I've talked about this with, a million different guys. With Tiki yesterday on the post-game show after the Giant game. Why is it Shane Bowen's defenses can't stop the run? Why is it these guys can't cut the edge year after year, no matter who they bring in? And it drives me crazy. And the other thing is, why does Dable stay away from the run? Why can't Dable ever use a screen pass to a back? Why can't Dable ever use the tight end more than 3 passes? Now, it's not only him, but you have to catch the ball too. And Russell Wilson, as far as I'm concerned, is done. Stick a fork in him, okay? I would rather see Jaxson Dart, but you have to get AT back. You have to have that blocking on the left side. To me, Keith, these are 3 most important guys in football: the cornerback, the quarterback, the cornerback, and the left tackle. That to me is so paramount, okay? So I just want to get your thoughts on that. I appreciate the time. But I'm sick and tired of this crap. This is, think about this, Keith, okay? And before I go, this is the 3rd year in a row the Giants haven't scored a touchdown in the opening game. This is, when the last time that happened? Like 1945 with the Detroit Lions. It's embarrassing, okay? It's really embarrassing. And I'm telling you, the guy who takes the heat is Shane and Dable. Please, and the players take responsibility too. You got to catch the ball. It's not Wilson's fault. And you got to protect him. But until this team, I don't care if you had John Unitas out there, okay, or Dan Fouts or Joe Montana. If you have a crappy offensive line, you're not going anywhere. So I blame the GM for that. Keith, honestly, could you coach this offensive line seriously? Is there enough talent?
They got to get a push. Thanks for the call, Robbie. From my little bit of time playing quarterback in college and high school, you can't run the plays if there are guys standing in the backfield. If your offensive line is getting pushed into the backfield, it wreaks havoc. It messes everything up. Robbie said the stat that I have from Talking Giants again. The Giants are the first team to not score a touchdown in 3 straight season openers since the Lions did that from 1940 to 1942. And that's what I mean about being a laughing stock. That's what I mean about being a joke of a franchise. Now, like, people are looking at you in the modern day of NFL, and they're like, the Browns are scoring. Look at the Jets putting up 32. The Jaguars are celebrating like they're going to the Super Bowl. I don't know if you guys saw Shad Khan. I gotta send Fleegs that clip. We got to play that, what this guy said. They're just piling on. After their coach came into Jacksonville, and I used to spend summers down in Jacksonville. I got a ton of family down there. Happy birthday, Mama Liz. Mama Liz just celebrated her birthday, 86. And she's responsible for 65 great grandkids. I'll let y'all figure out. She has 7 kids, 23 grandkids, 65 down there in Jacksonville. So what I'm saying is, my first NFL stadium I ever went to was Alltel down there when Jacksonville started their franchise. I used to be down there. Here comes Liam Cohen, their new head coach, and he gets on the podium and he goes, Duval. I thought that was so funny because I done heard my cousins for years say Duval. And now you got Shad Khan talking about this is going to go on forever. I got to find that. I know I have that. I know I have that in my notes to send to Fleegs to play the audio. But yeah, back to the Giants, man. Dexter Lawrence, I think I read from Dan Duggan that he was on a little bit of a pitch count. I think because he's a veteran and he's regarded as the best defensive tackle in football, he's got to get his conditioning right. You can only be conditioned and ready for playing football by playing football games. But Dan Duggan wrote, Dexter Lawrence looked like someone who hasn't played football in a long time. He had a light workload in camp as he was ramped up from the dislocated elbow that ended last season. It seemed like he was on a pitch count, but 70% is consistent with his typical workload. Just a very quiet game. I expect him to play. I don't think that's any problem. I don't know if Andrew Thomas is going to play. And that's you're right about important positions, the quarterback. The whole NFL is gotta find the quarterback. Also got to protect the quarterback. Also got to rush the passer. Also have to have the most athletic guy you can find to play corner to chase around the most athletic guy on the other side of the field. Giants have some issues at corner. Giants have some issues at left tackle. They have some issues at they have some issues. I don't know when it changes. I don't know if this regime is able to change it. And before we take another call at 888-808-1019, I've said this about Shane and Dable. They came over here with this book of how to GM and how to be a head coach. And you know what? The first year it hit. The first year they stole games. But I give some credit to Wink Martindale's defense, a lot of credit actually, and Dave Gettleman's team. What they inherited. But then they had this book that we got to do it our own way. In Buffalo, we drafted and we developed guys or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And if you're watching Hard Knocks, they just paid James Cook because they felt like this is a guy we drafted, developed, we want to be here. Cool, I understand that. But you let go of some talented players that have gone on to be, all pro and ball out elsewhere. It doesn't look good when guys leave and do better elsewhere and you're still struggling. So can these guys fix is Joe Shane able to GM and find the right players that match for Brian Dable's scheme? And then also, his offense is so complicated. Is it too complicated? Is there some type of back and forth between him and Kafka that we don't know? Would Kafka call him plays now, right? He's not doing, I don't know. And I was saying to one of my boys, I still think he's heavily influencing the calls. He might not be calling the plays directly, but he's still heavily influencing the decisions. They have to have a better showing in Dallas. That's it. Russell Wilson, all of them. They have to have a better showing in Dallas this freaking week. And the Cowboys are sitting back watching the film of what the Commanders did, and they're going to be rested, like I said, because they have a couple extra days, and they didn't have a problem moving the ball on the Eagles defense. So how are you going to keep pace with them? How are you going to score? Maybe they can. I don't know. Andy in Stanford, you're on the Fan next. What you thinking about?
How's it going, Keith? Real quick, that guy, the old guy that called it about the Giants fan from Rhode Island. It's funny because I grew up in that area, and the Giants were a really big team back there, before the Patriots came in. But
Like Boston, Connecticut, Rhode Island, people rooted for the Giants back then, I guess. Yeah, it makes sense.
Back then they did, yeah. And the funny thing is all the Italians are all Yankee fans back up there.
Right.
That's a fun fact to know, too.
And the Giants played in Yankee
But anyway.
Stadium.
Right. But my point I did want to bring up, did you really honestly think they had a chance against the Commanders? I did. Really think that they did. I didn't. I did not.
I guess I listened to too much WFAN. I listened to the American Dream Party. I listened to everybody's picks. I listened to all the offseason talk about how it's different. And, like, even though the Commanders were in the NFC Championship, I'm like, let's see. I don't know, man. I fell for it.
Because I honestly think at this point, it's week one. Everyone overreacts. Everyone's pushing panic buttons left and right. Every team's got, issues, this and that. But the Giants have had issues from day one. Like, they need, I understand they have Russell Wilson in the room. They got famous Jameis, you got this young kid Dart. I really think if they are 0-3, let's say, they got a tough schedule coming up. Like, you got to put Dart in, see what the kid can do. Because Russell Wilson, the guy's he's like a bag of used balls out there. He can't.
Yeah, he's done.
He's not the Russell Wilson.
The Steelers fans are much happier with old man Aaron Rodgers. Thanks for the call, Andy. The Steelers fans are much happier with a 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers versus a 36-year-old Russell Wilson. They couldn't get their offense going at all. They lost every single game the rest of the way with Russell Wilson. I think they lost 5 in a row last year, and they left a lot of plays on the table. There was a lot to be had. Russ is also, he's not tall. He's short. It's tough to see. And if you don't have protection, how are you going to see over these linemen getting assaulted? And next thing you know, Javon Kinlaw is in your face. And they got to get crafty. They got to get creative. Move the pocket. Do some other thing. I don't know. If this offensive line is shaky, they got to throw some screen. I don't know. I don't know the answer. It's not just there, because it is just week one. And we are overreacting to week one. And maybe they'll look completely different in week two. But it's hard to believe that, because you are attaching what we saw in this first outing to what we saw in 2024, what we saw in 2023. 888-808-1019. When we come back, I'll play the Jaguars owner post-game celebrating like they won the Super Bowl. They beat the Panthers. I'm just like, NFL is back, man. Nothing hits like that football hype. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB.
Going on a drive deep to left. Got a chance. Giddy up, baby.
The Yankees take on the Tigers. 7:05 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
And it is gone.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play on the home of Yankees baseball. The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Pirie, coming this October.
You don't look lip, please. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Sal Licata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Your debit card doesn't have to be boring. With the Cash App card, you can actually customize it to your specific style. On top of that, you're getting discounts on brands you already use and even early access to major concert tickets. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and get $10 back. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yes, sir. Right back at it on the Fan in New York City. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, checking in for a quick one. 12 to 2, KM to AM. We'll be back tomorrow, well, later tonight, after the first game of the Yankees series. The Yankees should sweep the Tigers. The Tigers just lost back-to-back series at home to the Mets and the White Sox. Not to downplay the Mets, but it's not like the Mets are balling right now. They won't face Tarek Skubal. I believe it is Casey Mize versus Will Warren. And then you will see Carlos Rodon versus... Let me go and look. I don't know off the top of my head. I know that we're pitching Warren, Rodon, Schlittler. Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but it doesn't matter. They should sweep the Tigers. And then that's one less team you got to worry about. I'm fine with where the Yankees are. I haven't been calling a gauntlet because, like, to me, again, the gauntlet was June of last year. They did not survive that gauntlet. That one hurt them. Well, they actually did survive that gauntlet. They went to the World Series. But, like, that was a gauntlet that put things in a spot in June last year. It was a June Boone swoon where we were a little worried, like, hey, what's going on here? But we know they're making the postseason. So, to me, this is the Yankees cramming for the final exam. They are cramming for the final exam where, hey, you've got to win 8 out of 12 games, in my opinion. I think you should win every series. But now I'm getting greedy because the umpire stole the sweep from us in that second game in Houston. In your building, sweep the Tigers. They are not looking so great right now, and you're not facing their ace. And I think if you sweep them and you somehow tango with them in the postseason, they even know. And I've been saying this the whole time. The Tigers don't scare me because, like, I just don't see them coming to the Bronx in October and doing anything with this team that they have. And the Yankees are clicking. You know, they've got everybody's signs, and everybody knows that they got the signs and they're relaying them, whatever. And, they won some close games over the weekend. And Max Fried did what he had to do. The Yankees are doing well when Devin Williams is figuring it out. The Yankees are doing well when they're overcoming. Like, they can play Anthony Volpe right now, and I'm so tired of this conversation because it has literally turned into something now that I just don't feel good about. Like Volpe is broken, but they refuse to admit it. But they're playing Volpe. They're starting Volpe. You were watching consistent Volpe, terrible at bats, fans booing him. You're watching Volpe have terrible mechanics, fielding and throwing the ball, and they're winning. They're winning. So the Yankees got to continue winning. Take 2 out of 3. I'd like to see you sweep the Tigers because I think that's the momentum you need to ride into Boston with. 888-808-1019. We're not talking about the New York Yankees, though. The story is the Giants because that was another deflating, upsetting week 1 start. And I don't know when they're getting their first win. I think maybe the Saints game. I'm not sure what they do here to snap out of it. There are a lot of problems. There are a lot of holes, and it seems like this could have been avoided. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it changes in a week's time to go to Dallas, and all of a sudden you're gonna have to put up 30 points to beat the Dallas Cowboys in their building. The New York Field Goal Giants. Like, I hate that name is like it just rings true. It's a funny joke, but it's like it's not even a joke anymore. It's Graham Gano. Let's go to Carlos in Clifton, New Jersey. Carlos, you're on the fan.
Hey, Keith, what's up?
Talking.
Hey, I think this guy, he dug his grave this game. It's like watching Charlie Brown trying to kick the ball every time Lucy says, I'm going to let you kick it. I'm going to let you kick it. This thing is incredible already. Look, what I watched, our defense didn't play that bad. They kept us in the game. I saw that first drive or the second drive where I think the game plan was they saw Neighbors being double-teamed and the safety over the top, almost triple-teamed, and they started feeding Wan'Dale Robinson, and he was eating. Nobody could tell me he wasn't.
Yeah.
Because whoever was trying to hold him, he was getting 7-8 yards a pop. Then all of a sudden, Neighbors gets upset, and we change the game plan.
Sure.
Let's go back. We got to get him the ball. Like, I understand. We have no line. If you can't run the ball, you're not going to be able to throw the ball. And that's just football. Like, our line is just horrible. Cam Scatterbull comes in, gives him a little fire, couple 3 plays there, and then all of a sudden you don't see him for the rest of the game. Like, I just don't understand what we're doing. These guys
seems like they're trying to make it up on the fly. They're trying to please everybody. It's like, no, there's got to be a game plan. Everybody's got to be on the same page, bought in. And if it doesn't work, I don't know. It didn't work. So,
Keith, one more thing. If these Giants fans, can they stop with the we need Dart? This is David Carr 2.0. You cannot put Dart in there with this offensive line. The kid is going to get killed. Whatever good he has is going to get demolished. We can't put the kid in there.
No.
Get Jameis Winston in there. Let him rock for a little bit. Wilson can't see over the offensive line. I don't know how he's trying to do sidearm passes. You can't see anything. They got to get Jameis Winston there, and I'll let you go, Keith.
Thanks for the call, Carlos. Yeah, I agree. He's trying to do sidearm passes. He's just trying to make it work, and he's doing what he's seen guys like Jaxson Dart, guys like Patrick Mahomes do. He's done. There's no country for old quarterbacks. I don't see him turning back the clock here. He can know every defense. He can know the playbook. Like I say, he's a short stature guy. He's dropping back, and he's in the forest. He's deep in the forest. He can't see Malik Neighbors. He's trying to just heave it up. Yeah, looking at and they got to establish the run, but they can't establish the run with that offensive line. But you got 3 good running backs. You got to establish the run. 74 rushing yards, and when you look at the box score, you're like, oh, who is their leading rusher? Russell Wilson running for his life. Malik Neighbors had 12 targets, but the Commanders had a good game plan to stop him, and you know what? If you're looking at the Giants, who are you going to stop? Who are you going to focus on stopping? If you're a defensive coordinator game planning to stop the Giants, you say number 1 over there, out there. Can't let him beat us. Let Russ beat us. If Russ wants to rush for 44 yards, that ain't going to beat us. Let Wan'Dale Robinson beat us. We don't got a guy that can run with a little shifty Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale Robinson's not going to actually beat you. He'll have some plays. He'll be flexing. It's not going to be enough. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answers yet. It's just week one. I don't have the answers yet of how this changes. I think the defense has enough guys to, as they play more together, they're going to be solid. I think I saw Abdul Carter was the highest graded defensive player. I love Abdul Carter's Darth Vader choke. Did you see when he got the sack, he went and did the Darth Vader choke? Well, he got the half sack, and then he did the, like the Jedi. Anyway. And Brian Burns looks like he's put in some work this year, and he's motivated to, really stand out and be the guy that you traded for and gave $150 million to. The secondary, Drew Phillips made a great tackle on Deebo Samuel. That kid is real. They have some players there. It's tough to see Micah McFadden, have to exit the game. I don't know. I think Javon Holland is a good addition that you're going to be happy you have. But ultimately, man, the defense doesn't get to really shine when there's no point. If the defense holding them to 21 points, 7 in the first quarter. Even I had said at half, great job. Good team score before the half. Great job not letting them score. But the Giants couldn't score. I think it was 13 attempts in the red zone. And you can't draw anything up. And that's where I look at Brian Dable and I'm like, yo, you're supposed to be some type of offensive mastermind. You're supposed to be some type of guru. Where's it at, though? You don't have anything. Come on, man. The best coordinators in the league can have some motion, misdirection, crossing route, pick play, something. You got the Steelers running Jonnu Smith across the formation, Aaron Rodgers flipping it to him getting to the pylon. You don't have something like that? I don't know. They have to, with as complex as this offense is supposed to be and Dable's system and him being such a mastermind. Where is it at, though? Or is it all on Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson, the play that he went head first, I think he got stopped at the 3. My remark to that was, Russell Wilson's trying to start the Jaxson Dart era today. That whole one play away thing, Russell Wilson was out there taking hits, and he was running. And he is literally one play away, but I would change the depth chart. Even if you don't officially change the depth chart, I would change it when, the next game comes. I would change it to just be yo, Jameis, be ready, bro. Be ready, bro. We can't sacrifice Jaxson Dart because everything is riding on this young man. We can't throw him into the fire so quickly because we don't want to ruin him. You ruin him, we get fired, and then what? Somebody else is in here coaching him. He's learning a new system. 888-808-1019. John is in Brooklyn on the Fan. What's up, John?
Yo, what's up, Keith? I normally call you complaining about the Yankees all the time, but I'm actually liking them right now. I think they're playing with grit. And I have no complaints. So I think they're going to finish the season strong, and I really think they're going to win this division. But
hey, it's right there for us. Yep.
Yeah, it's right there, right in front of us, right?
You got it.
But hey, listen, maybe Aaron Boone's right. Maybe it's right in front of us. But this Giants thing, I don't really have an answer on what's supposed to happen at quarterback. O-lines across the league are breaking down because defensive linemen, they're just animals these days.
Oh, yeah.
And it's now the league of the mobile quarterback. And that used to be Russell Wilson's, bread and butter, and he doesn't have it anymore. To be a pocket passer, he never was that guy. He was always a slinger that could move and create space, and then they could, the receivers could then find themselves open after they're taking a million, different cuts. And that's not really happened for him anymore. So, I don't know who the quarterback should be. Should it be Jameis? Should it be Dart? Should it be Russell with, a good talking to? All I'm saying, my most concern is all of his passes were short or behind receivers.
Yeah.
And he's going to get these, Wandell was diving all over the field trying to catch up to those balls, and he's going to get these receivers hurt. the way that he's throwing the ball. Like, he's just not.
What's
on the
crazy
money.
is he used to be so accurate. That was like a thing with him. He could put the ball right on a guy. But he's skittish now because he's scared. He's running for his life. He's old. He's not trying to get hit. He's not trying to get killed. So if you can't set your feet and make the throw, like that's where I'll say Jameis is going to let it rip. Jameis is going to throw it downfield. Jameis is going to take the hit and make the throw. Jameis is fearless.
You know,
can't really
Jameis
run,
is gonna
but
be
he'll
kissing
try.
His cross. He's going to be kissing his cross and saying he's going to always believe like what he sees down the field and believe it's going to happen.
Yep.
And that's what we love about Jameis. You know, but at the same time, like, you know, the interceptions are always going to be there too. All I'm saying is that Russell's going to get these receivers hurt the way he's throwing. They really have to figure out a better plan because I don't want to see Malik Neighbors get hurt. I don't want to see Hyatt get hurt. We have a really great
You're not going to see Hyatt get hurt. He's not going to get any action. Thanks for the call, Joe. Hyatt didn't play. He got 0 snaps. You know, even a captain on the team in Darius Slayton had 1 target. How do you have Russell Wilson throw 37 passes when he's under duress? So I guess because you're trying to get Malik Neighbors the ball. Your offensive line doesn't allow you to do certain things, so they're going to learn from this film. They're going to watch the film. They're going to adjust. And then they got to come into Dallas with a different look, a different game plan, try some different things, and that may work. The first 2 weeks of the NFL season are glorified preseason. Mark my words on this. There is a team that won in week 1 that people are going to just across the board pick as a lock for week 2, and they're going to lose. There's a team that lost week 1, and same thing's going to happen for them. Oh, they didn't look good in week 1. They're going to lose, and they're going to look better in week 2. I don't know. It might be like the Bengals. Who the Bengals got this week? You know, the Bengals, they should have lost. And Jamar Chase, they didn't do anything with him. Perfect game for it, right? The Bengals versus the Jaguars. People are probably going to think, oh, the Jaguars beat the Panthers. And the Panthers aren't any good. And the Bengals, they won. And Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, they'll be a lock to beat. And nobody knows. Actually, I did want to play Fleegs. Let's cue up the Shaka Khan, as Chris Russo called him. After the game, the owner of the Jaguars, and the Jaguars could be one of my potential teams that if I'm looking at new teams, the Bills are in there, the Jaguars are in there. Of course, the Jets and Giants are in there, but obviously they're not high up there. But the Jaguars having family there, being in that stadium. Here is the Jaguars owner after the Jaguars' week 1 victory against the Panthers. He's super hyped up, and here's what he had to say to the team giving out the game ball. I don't know if that came through. I don't know if we have that. Oh, okay. I mean, I know I sent the bad link on the second one. The first one was a bad link. The second one is the right link.
This is what we envisioned in January, okay? Yes, sir. It's happening here in September. Gonna go on forever.
Hey, y'all, way to take it easy. Everybody relax. He beat the Panthers and his new head coach and his 34-year-old GM who drafted Travis Hunter. They beat the Panthers week 1 in their building. He said this is going to go on forever. This is the hype that we fall into. This is the overreactions that we fall into. The football hype, it is a drug that hits harder than anything. And let's see what happens in week 2. The Giants got to have a better showing. They got to find the end zone against the Dallas Cowboys. Joe is in Red Bank on the Fan next. Go for it, Joe.
Hey, Keith. How you doing? I just want to let you know I'm a Ocean Township alumni.
So am I. Go Big Red.
Go Big Red. I'm just curious. I know you're on the fence about you were a Cowboys fan like I am.
Yeah, I grew up a Cowboys fan. I'm grown now is what I've been telling people. I grew out of it.
Yeah, I'm still a fan. I haven't given up on them yet. But I'm just curious how you feel about how they did against the Eagles.
Yeah, I think they came out and they looked good. I think obviously there was a big swing with Jalen Carter not being there, arguably the best player on their defense and a guy that you have to account for every play. CeeDee Lamb He can't drop passes like that with the contract that he demanded last year and got. He's one of the highest paid receivers in the league. He was cooking. Like, him and Dak were so on point.
Until the end.
Until the end. And that's where you make the big bucks. Dak did what he had to do. And it was, I think, the anniversary of Dak's mother's birthday. Not her passing, but I think her birthday. It was Dak's mother's birthday. And she's, he had, like, he balled. He had a hell of a game. Miles Sanders, another one. In his revenge game, you can't put the ball on the turf. You can't fumble there. After you had a big run that Adoree Jackson helped spring, I think that they have it on offense. I love this new offensive line that the Cowboys put together, right? They've moved on from Tyron Smith and Zach Martin and Travis Frederick, and all of a sudden now you have Tyler Booker and Tyler Guyton and Connor Beebe and Terrence Steele, and like they're good. Like, they have a good offensive line of young, talented guys on top of skill position players. I like Kayvon Turpin as well. Like, they're going to score points if they keep Dak healthy. They're going to be able to score points. The defense obviously has to figure it out now without Micah Parsons, but I think they're going to win some games. I think they'll be more competitive than people think.
The defense looked good without Micah Parsons. Is there any chance of you coming back to being a fan of the Cowboys?
Sure. I think it's got to be once Jerry Jones is out of there. Thanks for the call, Joe. I can't root for Jerry Jones. I'm rooting for Jerry Jones to stop. Like, I don't think that they're going to win anything until Jerry Jones is gone. I've turned my back on Jerry Jones. Like, even with the Yankees, in the chat, I saw Karan in the chat was like, yo, you back on the ride? No, I'm not back on the ride. But as I think about it, like, I really got off the ride because of Aaron Boone and Brian Cashman, right? Because of how much they just have to throw Devin Williams, and they're still doing it. And so I'm like, I can't get jiggy with this, man. I'm not going to be on this ride knowing that you guys will crash and burn with Devin Williams. That you're just so committed to this guy you traded for. You just gotta. Come on, bro. We're trying to win. We're trying to win. Don't do that. But I can't get off the Yankee ride. I'll see y'all at the game. Not tomorrow. I'm going to go to the game. Actually, tomorrow, yeah. I'm going to go Wednesday. And then the last homestand, I'm trying to go to like probably 4 or 5 of those games. All right, that's all I got, man. That's my time. It's a quick one, Little 2-hour Cam to AM after Monday Night Football. We'll have 3 hours, hopefully, tonight if the Yankees don't go extras. And then we'll talk more baseball. Really couldn't unpack too much. I know the Met fans don't want to talk to me about Francisco Alvarez last at bat and not getting that run in. C-Mac's coming up next. Maybe he'll talk a little Mets. Stay tuned. You're listening to The Fan.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN New York.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on The Fan 101.9 FM.
Brian Dable waited too long to pull the plug on Daniel Jones.
Agreed with that, yeah.
He allowed it to just fester.
Yep.
He allowed the frustration to not only build in the fan base, but who cares about us? It was building internally, and who cares about the team? It was building with him.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13.
Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. A late rally in the ninth shut down by Joan Duran as a fan, Jeff McNeil, and Francisco Alvarez to end the game, stranding runners on second and third. Phillies suffocate the Mets 1-0.
I like the fact that we're creating traffic, you know. We did it yesterday. We didn't come up with a big hit. We did it again today against a pretty good closer. We just got to get that last one there to get the runners across.
Aaron Nola allowed just 3 hits with 7 Ks over 6. He outdueled Nolan McLean, who suffered his first loss despite 5 1/3 innings of 1-run ball. Mets now 8 back in the division. They're 3 up on the Giants, 4 on the Reds in the wild card. It'll be Russell Wilson Sunday against the Cowboys, and Brian Dable sticking with the veteran over the rookie Jaxson Dart. Darius Slayton agrees and not about to hit the panic button.
Not everything is just a 9-1-1 situation. You know, we have good coaches. We have good quarterback in Russell Wilson. And, you know, it's 1 week, you know. And I think in the history of football, if you kind of look at the history of football, it hasn't always served people well to just throw people in the fire.
And the Vikings stunned the Bears 27-24, rallied from 11 points down with 21 coming in the fourth quarter. All 3 from J.J. McCarthy, 2 in the air, 1 on the ground. Bears now 3-16 against divisional opponents since 2022. 62 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 202 on the Fan. McMonigle here with you. I got you for 3 hours. We take you to the warm-up show at 5. Fliegelman on the other side. And we're taking your calls at 888-808-1019. The day after, a little bit of retrospective after Reaction Monday to the first NFL season, first NFL game. Both teams with losses. But we're going to start with the Giants, as the news coming out of Giant camp today is the head coach, after what was a horrible day for him in every way, shape, and form. I have been a defender of Brian Daboll. I wanted Brian Daboll back. I've been the guy telling you that, Josh Allen was helped develop. And let's just start there for a second real quick, because I've heard so many people. Yes, he's not the reason Josh Allen is the MVP. Josh Allen is the reason he's the MVP. No one associated, no coach, no his parents, not the coaches he's had through high school, through NFL, nobody is responsible for Josh Allen becoming Josh Allen other than Josh Allen and his immense talent. That's that. We get that. But the idea that Brian Daboll had nothing to do with it, I'm not in the mood to give him any credit for anything right now, because he was atrocious yesterday, or now Sunday. But can we stop saying he has nothing to do with Josh Allen? He does. That's why he got hired. Doesn't make him a good head coach, and right now it doesn't feel like he is. But can we stop saying he had nothing to do with it? We know that Josh Allen's super talented. Nobody helped Lamar Jackson. Nobody helped Josh Allen. It's not Andy Reid that made Patrick Mahomes. It goes on and on and on. Tom Brady wasn't made by Bill Belichick. Walsh didn't make Joe Montana or Steve Young. We get it, but there are people who helped along the way. Now, he's got to figure out how to help Jaxson Dart and how to figure out how to help Russell Wilson. And the news coming out of camp today, obviously out of Giants, is that Russell Wilson will continue to be the quarterback after being non-committal right after the game. And even though I'm pissed at him, and I think every Giant fan is, and rightfully so, I do agree with the decision. Russell Wilson should continue to be the quarterback of the New York Giants. That was the only prudent thing to do. It's one game. It's 1 week. It's a game where the offensive line didn't play well. They're still without their all-pro left tackle. And more than that, more than anything else, because we know where this team is headed. Even on a good year, even if the Giants from this point on impress us, make us feel good about things, go as well as it could possibly go from here till week 18, it's still going to be a team that doesn't probably come anywhere near the postseason. So we know where this season is going. And the idea that Jaxson Dart coming in behind this offensive line with this team right now in week 2 of this season is somehow going to change anything. Because if it's about wins and losses, because that's what I think most people who want Jaxson Dart to come in and be the quarterback of the Giants, it's not about the development of Jaxson Dart. It really isn't. If it's about the development of Jaxson Dart, they came up with a plan for the development of Jaxson Dart. We have seen quarterbacks be thrusted into terrible situations and end up being the worst for it. We've seen quarterbacks who come in and are the better for it, sure. But there is a plan behind Jaxson Dart. If you are today screaming about Russell Wilson can't be the quarterback, if you are out there today screaming, as I know Tommy Lugauer is and many Giant fans are, that it's time to see Jaxson Dart, the only reason you're doing it is because you were fed up with Sunday's performance. You are fed up with no touchdowns on opening game. You are fed up with watching this team play, and they need the spark. They need the energy. They need something from Jaxson Dart. And let me just tell you something right now. I don't know what you expect from Jaxson Dart, but as great as he was in the preseason, this isn't the preseason. Russell Wilson played well in the preseason. The idea that Jaxson Dart is going to come in and solve all the ills, or it's only like the only benefit of it is to watch the young man play and just to feel like it doesn't matter if we win or lose. And I'm not at the point right now just yet where it doesn't matter if they win or lose, and I'm just focused on the development of the young quarterback. And further, more than that, I am not putting him in this situation. And that's why, as much as I went over this yesterday, and I talked about how Jameis Winston has been relegated to the third-string quarterback, and the Giants would look foolish. The Giants would look foolish if they make the decision to go to Jameis Winston instead of Jaxson Dart, who they themselves designated as the second overall starting quarterback. He's the second-string quarterback. They designated that. And Keith actually sent me a message, and he was talking about it. I overheard him that they did this with Tommy DeVito and Drew Lock last year. That is not the same thing. I'm sorry, that's just not the same thing. Tommy DeVito and Drew Lock are not the same thing as your franchise quarterback who you moved up into the first round to go get. When you designate him anything, there is a purpose behind it. There is a reason behind it, and there will be a reaction from the fan base. No one cares about Tommy DeVito versus Drew Lock on a dead season after they decide they can't play Danny Dimes anymore. That's not the same thing as whether or not you are going to make decisions and give him a designation and then take it away from him. That puts them in a weird spot. But having said that, as much as I've been thinking about it now this day, here's what I'll tell you. And me and Fleegs were talking about it before the show. I need all three quarterbacks dressed for this game against Dallas. I know that they don't have Lawrence anymore. He's with Seattle, and I know that obviously Micah Parsons is in Green Bay. And I don't know the edge rush that has just absolutely blown up the New York Giants. Every single time they've played for the last 6 years is not the same anymore. And that front four probably isn't as good as the Washington front four. And I do, on some level, expect this Giants offensive line to play better in week 2. I don't know how much better. Not better enough to put my first-round pick behind it to start his NFL career on the road against the divisional opponent who has owned the New York Giants off of what we just saw. By not only did the New York Giants make the right decision, not putting Jaxson Dart as the starting quarterback and continuing with Russell Wilson, I will tell you that I don't care what happens. Jaxson Dart cannot see the field week number 2. Cannot see the field. If something goes with Russ, you're going to Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston better be in uniform. Jameis Winston better be ready to go, because I am not putting Jaxson Dart into a situation off of that week's performance in week 1 against Washington, and where now he's suddenly thrusted into a situation where, Russell Wilson got hurt, or Russell Wilson is getting run for his life and Russell Wilson is ineffective. I am not putting that quarterback in that spot. Forget it. Don't even think about it. In fact, what am I saying? Why even have all three dressed? Don't dress Jaxson Dart. Oh, you can't do that because you called him the second-string quarterback. And that will cause controversy that nobody wants. The idea of going to Jaxson Dart makes zero sense to me. Zero at this point. Zero. And I'm also like, they went out and got Russell Wilson for a purpose. I know he didn't play well week one. Do you want to go through the NFL and see the quarterbacks who didn't play well week one? And behind the offensive line that he played behind, there were plays to be made. He missed them. It's very similar. Like we said, everything yesterday was Monday was very similar to what we've seen from the New York Giants for years. For years, including plays to be made and the quarterback unable to make it because he's already checking down because he doesn't trust the time he's going to get from the offensive line. It was day one, game one, with this new Giant team and an offensive line that was getting beat at the point of attack like a drum. Now, I can't trust to put my young quarterback behind that off of that game, off of the tape that game will show. But I also have seen this Giant team and that offensive line be better than that. We've seen games, specifically week one. The Cowboys 40-0. I don't care. I know this is what everyone likes to say. It doesn't matter what quarterback's back there. You could have Patrick Mahomes back there. You could have Tom Brady back there. You could have any quarterback. You could have Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. No one's winning with that offensive line. And I've always pushed back, and I will continue to push back. But there are certainly games where that is true. I think that's probably true for last week. It certainly has been true for a lot of these openers. 2 years ago, 40-0 Cowboys. Maybe score some points, but ain't nobody winning that game with the way the Cowboys dominated that offensive line after Andrew Thomas got hurt on the blocked field goal and was out of that game. Nobody. But if you look at last year, the offensive line, Tracy still did run for 800 yards. They still, at some point, they played well enough where you could have some functionality as an offense. And to me, this is on the coach. I don't want to, and we talk about whether or not, Brian Daboll can prove himself. We're waiting to find out. The only thing left is to see if Jaxson Dart can develop. Nonsense. I completely disagree with that statement. I completely disagree with it because that's the other thing who people want to see Jaxson Dart. It's that we need to find out if we have a coach. And as much as I'll tell you he was hired because he wanted, because of his helping in the development of Josh Allen, and to have him come here and be fired without ever giving him that young quarterback to develop always seems stupid to me. And that's why I wanted him back, because I thought he deserved this opportunity. It's why he was hired. You got to give him a chance. And I am interested to see what Jaxson Dart looks like under Brian Daboll. And I do think Brian Daboll has done a relatively decent enough job with some terrible quarterbacks. He made Tommy DeVito a household name. He got that man a contract selling pizza sauce. I don't know who else could have done that. He went from not being able to, he went from not being allowed to throw the football against the Jets to beating the Green Bay Packers. We saw he won a playoff game with Daniel Jones. And I know Daniel Jones now is the greatest quarterback in the NFL. We'll see. And as much as I do want to see him coach Jaxson Dart, and obviously how Jaxson Dart looks whenever they decide to play him from that point on is going to be a huge, huge part of whether or not this regime remains in power next year. But I'm sorry. They brought in this quarterback. He's supposed to be an offensive guy. Not only does he help develop quarterbacks, he was the offensive coordinator. We heard Diggs and other players that played in Buffalo and talk about what a great coach he is, how incredibly talented he is, how he puts his players in position to be successful. We've heard all his former players in Buffalo say all that crap. You know what? I don't think Jaxson Dart is the only player left to find out about Brian Daboll. He's got to give me a better offense than this, and he was the one, him and Joe Shane went out and got this quarterback at the age of 38 or however old Russell Wilson is. I want to see him take the quarterback that he chose to be the starting quarterback while we wait for Jaxson Dart and give me something. I want to see him with Russell Wilson give me something. They've been working all camp. They've been working all offseason. He brought in this guy. He's sticking with this guy. I want to see something against the Dallas Cowboys. It's time. I've defended this coach. I've been behind this coach. I thought it was right to bring him back. That game on Sunday was unacceptable. The play calling, particularly in the red zone, the offensive game plan, the whole bit. I'm not putting on a quarterback. I'm not putting it solely on the offensive line. The coach was awful. And I don't want to immediately go right to Jaxson Dart behind that offensive line. I don't want to go immediately to Jaxson Dart and just, it's all about his development. I want to see this coach with the quarterback he picked to lead this team, and I want to see him show me that he somehow, in the entire offseason, has come up with a game plan to make it functional with Russell Wilson. He owes us that. He owes me that. I want to find out about this coach. I know he can develop quarterbacks, or at least I believe he can develop quarterbacks. Can he play? Can he have a functioning offense? Can he make it work? Can he get first downs on third down? Can he put the ball into the freaking end zone? Can he come up with a game plan even if the offensive line is subpar? Figure out a way to make it work. And I don't want to put that screen over him already and go, well, listen, that's not going to work, so let's just see about Jaxson Dart. No. Go make it work with the guy you brought here. How about the 2 quarterbacks you brought here? One of them better show me something against the Dallas Cowboys. And I don't even care about the wins and losses. They better score some points. They better have an offense that looks like it can go up and down the field. And when they get in the red zone, they better have a better sequence than what we saw on Sunday. Because that, forget everything else. Forget everything else. The play calling inside the red zone, inside the 5-yard line, was laughable. Laughable. And today, it was so focused on who's going to play quarterback. And they brought in Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson, for all of his flaws and for all of his faults and for what he was and what he is now and everything else, he took the Pittsburgh Steelers to the playoffs in the AFC. They didn't do well when they got there. He didn't play well the last few weeks. I get it. He took them to the playoffs. He was the starting quarterback for a playoff team last year. Don't tell me he went from a starting quarterback on a playoff team last year to a guy who isn't functioning to score a touchdown. We want to find out about this coach? You want to decide whether or not he's the man? It's not just about whether or not he can make Jaxson Dart look like a starting quarterback in this league. It's whether or not he can come up with a game plan with a quarterback he brought in, that he decided to make the starter over the young Jaxson Dart, that he's sticking with for week 2 against the Dallas Cowboys. Show me that you have something up your sleeve. Because if you don't, even if you develop Jaxson Dart, I'm going to have a real tough time believing that this guy is going to be capable of sculpting an offense inside this league. You've got to give me. So I'm not saying you got to go out there and score 40, but can you get in the end zone? Can you make it look like you had a plan? How about we get through a game without getting into a fight with our star wide receiver? How about that? How about the first play inside the red zone goes to your star wide receiver instead of a tackle? This is not about Jaxson Dart yet. And I don't want to make it about Jaxson Dart, and I'm glad he didn't. This is about him. This is about the head coach of the New York Giants and whether or not he's capable of putting together a game plan against the team he should know pretty well because they've kicked his ass every single day since he's been here. They're going to have the extra few days because they played on Thursday. They're coming off a game where they felt like they could have beaten the Philadelphia Eagles. This is a tough game for the New York Giants. Every game's a tough game for the New York Giants. But all of the enthusiasm, all of the hype, all of the positivity, all of the different things that went into this offseason, I still believe this is the best roster they've had probably in Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll's career. I know they don't have the star running back. I understand that. I understand Saquon Barkley was with that team. But outside of that, I still think this roster is just as good, if not better. It is better. Go out there and have a functioning offense. That's it. That's my edict for the game. And I don't want it to be about Jaxson Dart. It's not about Jaxson Dart yet. It's not. It will be soon enough. I'm not putting that kid behind an offensive line that played the way it did last week. I'm not putting that kid behind an offensive line that doesn't have Andrew Thomas's name under the left tackle spot. And I'm not hiding this coach behind, well, now it's about the development of the quarterback. It's not yet. It's not yet. Because you sold us on trying to win games while you develop Jaxson Dart. You told us that you can have an offense here. You have a star wide receiver. You have a good running back room. You have what should be a pass-catching tight end. You have weapons inside this offense. You've made, you went out and added Hudson and other guys to bolster the depth of this offensive line. It's supposed to be better even without Andrew Thomas than it was without Andrew Thomas last year. Everything's supposed to be better. I'm not ready to just say it's about the development of Jaxson Dart. No, it's not. It's about whether or not this coach can find an offense. There was only one choice to make, and at least he started the right way. Russell Wilson will be back next week. He should be back next week. He's the starting quarterback of this team. That's their decision. Show me why you made it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back. We'll take your calls. We'll get to the frustrating loss that is the Mets, and now it is official. Hey, Evan, you can stop asking Sal Licata every single day. The division is over. The National League East is over. The Mets are 3 games up on a wild card. The offense just went ice cold. They lost 1-0 to a team that lost 2 of their star players, doesn't have their ace starting pitcher, and they got shut down by a guy with a 7 ERA this year. The division is long gone, and it's about finding their best team with the rest of these 18, 19 games, however many the Mets have left, putting together a rotation and getting ready for what will probably be 3 games on the road to decide whether or not they're worthy to play in the NLDS. We'll get to the miserable at-bats at the end of the game from Jeff McNeil and Alvarez. We'll get to the pitching performance, obviously, of McClain and how he continues to impress and how he joined the pantheon yesterday of great Met pitching. I'll explain later. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We open with the Giants. We'll get to the Jets as well. You can tell me whether or not you buy into the, oh my God, the Jets lost the game the same way they did every year for the last 15 years, or do you believe that there was a lot to take out of that game and you're a positive Jet fan heading into week 2? It feels like the team, the fan base is split. Let me know who you are. And obviously, we start with the New York Giants, the correct decision to start Russell Wilson, and whether or not this coach, who I have praised despite his miserable record the last 2 years, showing us some sort of offense with the guy he picked to run the team and not hide behind the idea of, well, I'm developing a quarterback. Not yet. Not week 2, you're not. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll be right back.
Baseball heartbreak, football glory. WFAN covers every win, loss, and headline from the Yankees, Mets, Jets, and Giants. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
fan. Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Catena of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey. 1 legendary name, Ray Catena. More inventory, featuring one of the East Coast's largest selections of new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles. More convenience with 3 state-of-the-art service centers to keep your Mercedes-Benz running like new. And of course, legendary Ray Catena customer service, where you always come first. Experience the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo. Post that perfect sunset on La Isla and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at HEARTNY.com. That's HEARTNY.com.
We are proud to serve our country, to serve our local communities, to wear the uniform, to be a soldier, to serve abroad when and where duty calls. We are ready to stand with our brothers and sisters to defend, to serve, to fight. We're always ready, we're always there. We are the New York Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Boom, 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 boom. All right. McMonigle here with you on the Fan on this Tuesday morning. How are we doing? 888-808-1019. You can also get me on the YouTube live chat now. I shouldn't say live chat. The chat is where people make fun of me and call me fat. But the actual video you can watch right now. You go to YouTube. You can stream the overnight show. Myself and Keith do it every day. You could join the chat and break through by being kind. Although people do like the MTV t-shirt I'm wearing today. This is an old one. I've had this for years. Back when Casual Mail XL used to have good graphic tees. Now you walk in there, that's crap. But this is a good one. 888-808-1019. Frustrated Giant fan to start the show. Frustrated Giant fan who needs to see something from the coach. And I can't put Jaxson Dart in a position just yet to start for this team. I don't know enough about this offensive line. I don't know enough about this team. I'm not putting him in that position. He was brought in here. He was drafted, and the plan was to give him time. I believe in that plan. We've all bought into that plan. I'm not changing off week one. And secondly, I'm not letting the coach off the hook. It's letting the coach off the hook to bring in Jaxson Dart immediately and turn it right into, well, can he develop the quarterback? I'm not ready to do that just yet. Let me see him actually come up with a game plan with Russell Wilson or with Jameis Winston. I'm not thrusting this quarterback right into the spot. It makes no sense. And it also, I disagree with the sentiment, like, well, because I do believe he can develop. I want to see if he can develop Jaxson Dart, clearly. And I do believe in all the other stuff. Like, if he shows he can develop Jaxson Dart, I really don't want to fire him either, because I want to give Jaxson Dart an opportunity to be the best he can be. That's how franchises win. So I do want to at least give Jaxson Dart that beginning of a career. It doesn't mean that Brian Dable's stuck with him forever. It doesn't mean Brian Dable gets to be the Giants head coach as long as Jaxson Dart's the quarterback, but these first 3 years are critical. These first couple years are critical to a quarterback's development. Just like Josh Allen's 3 years. No, he's not the reason specifically that Josh Allen became an MVP. He had nothing to do with the amazing ability that Josh Allen has and what he's become. But he's there for the beginning process. Do you remember what Josh Allen looked like year one? Like, to say that Brian Dable or no coach has yes, no coach can coach a player who doesn't have it into Josh Allen. Josh Allen's got to have it, and clearly he does. But we've seen quarterbacks who I have no doubt have it and have failed. Maybe not to Josh Allen's level, but there are quarterbacks right now who are sitting at home. There are quarterbacks right now who are labeled busts. There are quarterbacks right now, whether it's from 15 years ago to 5 years ago to 5 months ago, there are quarterbacks right now who have failed in the NFL who, if were put in the right situation, would be starting right now. So, yes, it's important that Jaxson Dart's developed. And, yes, if he shows the development process of Jaxson Dart, I'll probably want to keep him as the coach on some level. We'll see how I feel about it after watching it. But I also want to see if he can coach a football team. I also want to see if he can get some kind of offense with a quarterback he chose to be the leader of the team. And I think you saw the way I told you. I was driving in on Saturday morning listening to John Schmelk and Mark Malusis have a show. Burns was on as a guest, or a pre-recorded thing with Schmelk, and went right into how Russell Wilson's the leader of the team. Went right into it unprovoked. It wasn't a question about Russell Wilson. It was a question about leadership, and immediately it went to Russell Wilson. Immediately. You hear the way Slayton was talking today. Some of the quotes and sound out of Slayton today, talking about, that they believe in Russell Wilson. You don't want to throw this young quarterback right into the fire, and we shouldn't be making rash decisions off week one. Like, I believe all that. And I want to see that this coach can show me something. Show me that you can come up with an offense with Russell Wilson, because I refuse to believe he is so awful that you can't score touchdowns. I refuse to believe. Go make it work. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls here. Jason in Waterbury. What's up, Jason?
Hey, Chris, what's good, bro?
What's going on, bro? How are we?
Not much, man. Very, very disappointed Giant fan. I'm gonna say something that should have been done. And 4 years ago, when the Giants were hiring a head coach, there was one guy out there that I wanted very badly, and that's who they should have hired as the head coach, and that's Brian Flores. And I cannot believe this team continues to be this kind of an embarrassment.
Yeah.
If the Giants had Brian Flores and Michael Penix as the quarterback of this team instead of drafting that idiot Neighbors a couple years ago, because that's all the Giants want to do now. They want to draft ornaments. They want to draft wide receivers. They don't draft any offensive linemen. They don't draft it's a disgrace.
Well, Jason, Jason. Okay, wait.
Not be a head coach in this league.
Okay,
the Giants should have hired him 4 years ago. The Giants made a huge mistake. He was out there, and they should have hired him. This team's an embarrassment.
Can we have a conversation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Go on, Chris.
Okay, well, thank you. I got you. They're an embarrassment.
I'm tired of watching it, bro.
I know. I understand that. But here's a couple things. One, Flores is not a head coach and hasn't been one since his days in Miami, so we don't know. That
And he was great in Miami.
He was okay in Miami. I mean,
He was great in Miami.
He was okay in Miami. We don't know. He hasn't been hired since. Okay. You want to keep saying
Which is
it?
a disgrace.
Did he win? All right, relax. We don't know what kind of coach Flores is. He isn't coaching right now. It's not like he's a successful coach. I'm just saying.
You see this Vikings defense?
I'm just saying. And then the other thing is that they don't draft offensive linemen. Like, are you aware of how many offensive linemen they have drafted? Are you aware of how many offensive linemen they have drafted?
The Redskins don't even have a pass rusher.
Like the idea. What are you talking about? Like, I'm just saying. I'm frustrated too. You want to call the team an embarrassment? Pfft, embarrassment. Without question, you're right. But when you just throw things out there like, oh, they should have hired Flores. Okay, maybe he would have been a better head coach than Brian Daboll. I have no idea. He's not a head coach in the league right now. We have seen excellent defensive coordinators, and don't tell me he's a good defensive coordinator. Doesn't mean a damn thing. He could have been he was a decent head coach in Miami. He probably deserves another crack at it sometime soon, without question. But to just say Flores would have solved all this, we have no idea. It's not like you picked a coach that went somewhere and solved everything. Second of all, the idea that the Giants, and I hate this narrative, they're not neglecting the offensive line. They are completely terrible at it. There is a difference, and I'm not trying to defend them, but I'm just tired of the narrative that this Giant team doesn't care about the offensive line or doesn't attempt to fix it. Of course they have, and of course they do. They just suck at it. They've been wrong over and over and over again. Evan Neal is a 7th pick in the NFL draft. All they want to do is draft ornaments like Malik Neighbors. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How many wide receivers have the New York Giants drafted? I mean, I guess a couple. Beckham? Young Joker, which was a disaster? Like in the first round, I can guarantee you they have drafted more offensive linemen in the last 15 years than wide receivers in the first round. I mean, go back to Flowers. That's how deep this is. That's how far back it goes. Flowers, Westberg, Pugh, Neal. Andrew Thomas is the only one that hit. Hernandez in the second round. Michael Jack Schmidt's in the second round. The idea that they don't draft offensive linemen is just dumb. They have tried everything. They paid Nate Soldier the biggest contract to a tackle in NFL history at that point. They have spent money on the position. They have drafted the position. They have done everything possible to try and fix the position. They've been wrong almost in every single one of those decisions. They have not picked. Now, look, Hernandez actually went to the Cardinals and has been pretty damn good. But, like, the idea that they've neglected the position or they don't think it's important drives me up a wall because it's just not true. They have drafted, they have spent money, they have done everything they can to fix this offensive line, and it doesn't matter who it is. It started with Reese, goes on to Gettleman, goes on to Joe Shane. Nobody can figure the freaking offensive line out. Nobody. But it's not from lack of trying, and it's not from lack of thinking the position's important. And it's not because they're drafting ornaments, as you put it. And listen, Malik Neighbors is an incredible player. If you think the Giants made a mistake drafting him, you're missing the point, man. He's a great player. Look up and down this league, man. You need wide receivers. You need guys who make plays. You need touchdown scorers. That's what Malik Neighbors is. He's a difference maker. You got to put him in a position to do so. But you're not wrong. They're an embarrassment. That's absolutely true. Jeff in Louisiana. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah, hi, Chris.
Hi.
Hi. So I'm glad you're talking about the offensive line.
Sure.
So I want to preface what I'm going to say by saying, in the offseason, the Giants, part of their season strategy was to build a strong, impactful offensive line that could run the ball. They drafted Scatabo. And, they wanted to have some old Giants flavor, Bill Parcells type Giants flavor.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see them. I know people are down on Evan Neal, but he, in the preseason, man, I think he got ratings like 80, as a run blocker. I'd like to see him back at guard. I think maybe he could help out John Michael Schmitz, who I don't think is strong enough. They just don't draft strong enough centers, physically strong enough centers. Westberg was sort of like that too. And I agree with you and your rejoinder to that. The caller who said the Giants don't draft offensive linemen. I want Elijah Chapman on the active squad. I want, when they're on the goal line, we're going to throw Neal at you. He's going to knock somebody over. We're going to throw Elijah Chapman over maybe on the other side and try to knock somebody over. And we're going to be tough on 3rd and 1 at the goal line. And I wanted to say, by contrast, it's kind of annoyed me. Dallas is so good so efficient at replacing offensive linemen.
Yeah,
they lose one to retirement or he leaves in free agency. They draft another, might be in the first round, might be in the third round.
Yep,
and it fits right in. BB, is just guard, never played center in college. Fine, put him in the center, and he's good.
Yep.
Why can't the Giants?
No, the Giants. I completely agree with you. Whether it's coaching. And again, this goes beyond Brian Daboll. And I'm not trying to defend Brian Daboll. I just killed him for the first open of the show. But I'm just saying it goes beyond Brian Daboll. I'm not saying he's done a good job or that it's acceptable how poorly he's done with the offensive line, but it goes beyond him. We're going back to Reese. We are going back to the end of Eli Manning's career. This offensive line has been a problem forever. Now, at times, I feel, and I still feel, and it's only 1 week, and they weren't good. Don't get me wrong. They were not good Sunday, rather. They were not good. But sometimes they become the analytics of football, where everything is blamed on. They become the analytics and accountability of the New York Giants, where everything is just blamed on that. They don't win the game. Offensive line, not good enough. Offensive line. It's not always the offensive line. It is not always the offensive line. It just isn't. The offensive line hasn't been good enough to really have a really strong offense, and there are certainly games where they give the team no chance, gave Daniel Jones no chance. I think they gave a very difficult chance to Russell Wilson on Sunday. There is no doubt. There are games that you can point to where there was just no chance of doing it because they could not block. That's not every game. It's not. It's not every game. Now, is it hard to function when one game you can and one game you can't? It's hard to get into a rhythm? Sure. The offensive line has been their worst unit by far through the last 15 years. There is no debating it. But Evan Neal is a perfect example. Evan Neal was a can't-miss tackle out of Alabama. Just for whatever reason hasn't worked. Now, you say he performed well. He was a healthy scratch. Do you think, honestly, if they thought he could play, they would do anything they could to play him? It's an embarrassment that the 7th overall pick in their first draft can't see the field. He's a healthy scratch with an offensive line with already their best offensive lineman down. He can't make the 53-man roster. That tells me, I'm sorry, if Evan Neal was even close to good enough to play, they would dress him. It's embarrassing for Joe Schoen to not dress the dude. He was a top 10 pick, and he can't dress. They've already moved him off tackle, and he can't even dress on an offensive line that just got their ass handed to them. I'm sorry. I hear what you're saying, but he must be, there's no way he's able to play unless they are just absolute, complete idiots, which I guess is possible. Unless Joe Schoen, Brian Daboll, and his entire offensive coaching staff have no idea what they're looking at and they are just complete morons, there is no way that they would allow Evan Neal not to be part of the 53-man roster if he could help them in the slightest. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't think there's an easy answer. All respect to you guys. I love you guys. Thank you for calling and being part of the show. And I'm glad you guys want to give me your thoughts, but you don't have the answer. I don't have the answer. They don't have the answer. There is no easy answer. There's no, just play Evan Neal. That's not going to work. I don't know what's going to work. But But we have seen the offensive line get better throughout the season. Andrew Thomas is coming back. Last year, they didn't grade out as like the absolute pits of the NFL. They had a young running back who ran for pretty much, what was it, 800 yards in Tracy last year? They had some semblance of a run game at times last year. Like, they're going to play better than they did Sunday. Maybe not this coming week, but eventually they're going to play better than they did on Sunday. And they've got to find an offense to score some freaking points. And I want to see this coach do it with the quarterback he picked. Mark, all the way out in California. What's up, Mark?
What's going on? I had something happen to me today. It hasn't happened in over 25 years. So do you do fantasy, Chris, or no?
Do I do fantasy? Of course I do fantasy.
Of course. So I had my
just so you know, just so you know, though, I just want you to know this. Brett in Long Island thinks less of us. So just so you're aware of that.
Okay, well, listen.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Mark. What do you got? What happened in fantasy?
My team is kind of like the show the league. Like, we have some crazy, over-the-top guys. One of the guys that is in my league, his nephew is Danny Amendola.
Okay, so you got the uncle of Danny Amendola in your league.
So, yeah, he's really good. Like our guys are like we're on top of it. I'm a stat guy. It's crazy. I had my first ever tie in my professional fantasy life ever. 25 years doing this, man.
Right.
And I've never had a tie in my life. You know how hard it is to tie in fantasy?
I don't think it's ever happened to me. I'm trying to think of a tie.
It's wild.
Yeah.
But listen to this. I was down. My 4 receivers are Nico Collins, Brian Thomas Jr., Zay Flowers, and Marvin Harrison.
Okay.
When healthy, I'm going to get like 100 points from those 4 guys.
All right, well, listen, I'm not really – I have to be honest with you. You said something crazy happened. I'll listen to that, but I'm not going to go through your whole roster. I appreciate the call, but we can't go through your whole roster. What happened last night?
No, for sure. But I'm just saying. So those guys didn't do very well because Nico and Brian –
Right, just down. What happened last night?
I was down 60 points. And all of a sudden, Derek and Zay Flowers brought me back from 50 down to up 6. So now you going into this game on Monday, I got Loveland and Minnesota's defense going up against Justin Jefferson. I'm kind of sweating a little bit. I'm like, oh, my God. Tell me why Henry fumbled, so I lose 3 points, right? Yeah. Keep that in the back of your mind real quick, right? So what happened was at the end of the game, I'm down 2 points because Minnesota gave up the touchdown to Caleb. Now, check it out. The very last play did a flea flicker, or whatever they were trying to do. They fumbled the ball, Chris.
Right.
So guess what happens with a fumble recovery?
2 points.
I get 2 points.
Good for you. Good for you, Mark. I'm happy to get – we can't go through – I can't spend 10 minutes on your fantasy game. I appreciate you, man.
Saying it ended in a tie is
enough.
Weird enough.
Yeah, and then just give me the fumble. You don't have to tell me how we got to the idea that you're down 2 points in the final seconds of the game. Just tell me I'm down 2 points. I'm down 2 points in the seconds of the game. This happened.
Or honestly, if you said it was, a lot of crazy stuff and only mentioned the fumble of the last play without, these are my receivers.
Right, a little bit much. Because nobody cares, as I believe Craig Carton used to say, no one cares about your fantasy football team. They care about their own. No one cares about yours. So I appreciate the call all the way from California. I truly do call back, but next time just expedite exactly what happened. Don't give me.
You want to break down your nice come from behind win in our league?
What's that?
Because you also, I was checking out.
I had a nice come from. I did have. Yes, I did. I needed 10 points out of Minnesota's defense, and I got it. But I mean, what a crazy game! I have to admit, I just got to be honest with you guys. Sometimes I just got to be honest with you. These hours, every once in a while, I'm watching the game. Next thing, I'm watching the game. The Bears are clearly dominating the football game. I see the pick six. I'm watching the game. Next thing I know, my faulty alarm that I set just in case I fall asleep to make sure I get here in time is going off, and I pop up. So I miss, and I pop up, and I see the end of the game, and Minnesota won. I was like, what the hell happened? So I did miss this. I did miss the comeback.
Especially crazy for you to find out that Minnesota didn't just take the lead at the last second. No. They were up 10 at one point.
Unbelievable. I know. I saw the pick six and figured, away we go. I mean, brutal. And then I pop up because of the alarm. Just fell asleep sitting on the couch. It's not like I went to bed. I was sitting there watching the game. Next thing I know, my alarm's going off. And I couldn't believe it. I mean, that's the Bears for you. I mean, just unbelievable. Early on, they look good. Apparently, so I guess what happened was at the end of the game, they, instead of kicking the ball through the end zone and trying to save themselves the 2-minute warning, at least stopping the clock.
Well, it looked like he tried to kick it through the back of the end zone and just came up a little short.
Okay.
And then you saw the returner actually looked over, because they were talking about in the broadcast, like, he has to know to bring it out if you can.
Yeah.
And he looks over to the sideline. They ended up piecing together the video, and Kevin O'Connell's waving him, come out.
Yeah. Good coaching. Good coaching.
You think Brian Dable and Aaron Glenn are on top of that stuff with clock management?
We'll see. I don't know. Probably Brian Dable, no. We'll see what Aaron Glenn is. It's only been one game. Made mistakes, but ultimately, I blew a couple of timeouts. We didn't go too deep into the game. Like, on Mondays, it's like, but, like, yeah, that the timeout on the 2-point conversion is a killer. You can't blow one of your second half timeouts setting up a 2-point conversion. That's just
to ultimately call like the lowest percentage play.
Right, exactly, and then have a terrible play call. Yeah, that was a tough sequence for him. There was a couple tough sequences for him, but ultimately, I thought the Jets played really well. And I know the moral victory conversation was probably had all day. I think the midday show was a moral victory kind of show, and then Evan clearly wasn't. Like, I get it. I can understand why. Look, ultimately, they lost the football game. It's about wins. I get it. And it's a game they should have won. It's a game they had won. It's a game that they outplayed the Pittsburgh Steelers for the most part, and yet they come away with a loss because of some mistakes, because of a fumble. I get it. It's frustrating. I'm not saying that you should come away feeling great about the game, but I do think, I'm sorry, maybe it's the New York Giant fan in me that watched the opposite. Because I'm telling you right now, if the Giants lost to Washington 34-32 and Russell Wilson was throwing touchdown passes, I'd feel different than I feel today. I'd feel different than I feel right now. I'd feel a hell of a lot better. I think the Jets game one with this new regime and that new quarterback and the way he played and the way the offense played, it took mistakes and a 60-yard field goal to lose to Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, it's a fine line of moral victory and frustration. I get it. It's not perfect. It's about wins. And I'll be told it's fair, too, because if they go out and get pounded by Buffalo, no one's going to care they played well and almost beat Pittsburgh. I get it. But it's hard for me as an observer, not a Jet fan, but as an observer and a Giant fan, to not feel somewhat positive coming out of that Jet game and the way they played. That's just me. But I can understand why any Jet fan would focus more on the loss. I do, because they blew the game. It's not like they played well, made this rousing comeback, and just fell short. They had that game won and blew it. Eddie in Rockland. What's up, Eddie?
What's up, boss?
What's going on?
One thing you have going for you in a few weeks, Brian Dable could add Daniel Jones to his list of quarterbacks he developed.
Yeah, no.
Right?
Well, no, unfortunately, he does not get the credit for that. He didn't pick him up till year 4. He did have his best year with Brian Dable, but no, I wouldn't give him the credit for developing Daniel Jones. But we'll see. Look, Daniel Jones had one great week. He played a flawless playoff game for the Giants. He had a second half against the Arizona Cardinals week 2 after that debacle 40-0 Cowboys game where he was flawless and took the team and brought them back from 20 points down. Like, we've seen Daniel Jones play well. I didn't think he was not capable of having a good game. We'll see if it's a good season. I do think the Dolphins are falling apart, but that was a very, very impressive performance from Daniel Jones.
Right. So you just give him a little credit. We'll see what happens. But
we'll see what happens. But no, I would not give Dable any credit for Daniel Jones.
Thank God you came to the dark side on Dable a little bit. It only took you 1 week.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just saying I need to see more. That's it. And it was a terrible week for him.
You keep on saying you need the offensive line for Jaxson Dart. They've never had a good offensive line. So what week is okay for you to see him?
Well, certainly with Andrew Thomas in there. Andrew Thomas has to be playing. I need his left side protected by an all-pro.
Chris, what happens if he's not? How many weeks?
I don't know. Then I want him really familiar with the offense, and I want to see the offensive line begin to gel together and play together more than 1 week. So I don't know what the answer is. A handful of weeks, 5, 6, and then depending on the opponent. I wouldn't mind if they waited till week 9 in the San Francisco 49ers.
Week 9, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, all right. That's what you want to do. I give Wilson the half against Dallas and see how he does, and then I put Jameis Winston in, and then I start the kid next. Well, I can go with Jameis Winston for a couple of weeks, but my problem is the neighbors problem. And I told you, they don't like Dable, man, and he's dead man walking already.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't. He's frustrated. I don't think you think if he liked the coach, he wouldn't be frustrated with 0 points and going into the red zone and coming out with 0 points.
You promised a different dynamic, a different look. I did, and a different attack on this team week 1.
Yep,
and we saw the same old nonsense.
100% correct. Yep, 100% correct.
Okay, so. And then we're going into week 2, and you're trying to sell us on the same thing.
What did I try and sell you on?
That they're going to be better.
I think the offensive line eventually is going to play better than it did yesterday. I think the offensive line will play better. I said I want to see. I said I want to see Brian Dable in this. I want to see Brian Dable and this team come up with an offensive game plan. I'm with you. He's the coach now. We can rehash whether or not he should be the coach, should he be fired. You don't like him. I don't care. Quite frankly, it doesn't matter what the Giants should have done, what you believe, what I believe. It doesn't matter what Eddie and Rockland believes. It doesn't matter what Chris McMonigle believes. It doesn't matter. He's the coach right now. He's an offensive coach. They've stuck with him. They wanted Russell Wilson to be their starting quarterback. Show me something. I said at the start of the year I expected it to be different. I predicted them to win both of these games. I was wrong week 1. Let's find out about week 2. And right now, the way I'm feeling, I'll probably be wrong about week 2. But let's see. That's all. I want to see him come up with a game plan with Russell Wilson. And then we'll talk on, but you can't relitigate whether or not he should have been fired. It doesn't matter. He wasn't. He's the head coach. Should I just sit there, twiddle my thumbs, and go, well, let's just wait until the day he's fired? Let's see if he can actually do the job. It was one game. Yes, it felt a lot like the last 10 years, let alone the last 4 under Brian Dable, last 3 under Brian Dable. It's a new season. They've got another opportunity. Every game's a new opportunity. Go out there and perform better. And I do think the offensive line will get better. That I will say. I don't know if the offense is going to get a lot better. They're going to score a ton of points. They'll score more than 6. Maybe not this week, but at some point. But I do think the offensive line, as the season goes along, will get better than the atrocious performance we saw on Sunday. I don't know if they'll ever be good. I don't think they'll be top of the league. They will be better than the offensive line that gave that offense no opportunity to go play. They'll get better than that, and especially when Andrew Thomas comes back. And as long as Andrew Thomas is working his way back, I'm not throwing Jaxson Dart out there until he does. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll have the update. We'll come back. Take your calls all the way to 5 o'clock. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. You can also catch us on YouTube. Stream us live right now. Watch the show. And I got you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. 888-808-1019. Back right after this.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan. 101.9 FM.
Silver lining, yes. Moral victories, no. There's no way in the world that Aaron Glenn is happy. I mean, I think that when you are an offense coordinator and you're an offensive player and you see the way that the Jets played offense, you can take away from that game that you can do this.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Our friends over at Flag and Anthem have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear on the market. From polos and vests to quarter zips and hoodies, every piece is built with premium performance fabrics for all-day comfort. Shop the official Ryder Cup collection today. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Imagine
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO. Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, the Mets' faint hopes of the division continue to dwindle as they were shut down by the Phillies 1-0, sending them 8 games back.
At times where it was a starting pitcher, where there's like runners in scoring position offensively, we haven't been able to play good defense at times. So I feel like we haven't done that consistently, and here we are. But continue to trust the guys. I know we have a lot of talent, and we got to turn the page.
Aaron Nola struck out 7 over 6 innings at 3 at ball. Rookie Nolan McLean allowed 1 run over 5 1/3, but suffered his first big league loss. Giants won, Reds lost, so the Mets 3-game lead on San Francisco, 4 on Cincinnati. Brian Dable thought about it, but he's sticking with Russell Wilson over the rookie Jaxson Dart for Sunday against the Cowboys. And at least one player agrees, and Darius Slayton.
I wouldn't want to be thrown in the fire like that. You know, obviously Jackson believes in himself. He's obviously believes he's a good football player. We believe he's a good football player. But at the same time, this league is hard. This league is tough. And, you know, you see players get chewed up and spit out all the time. by this league, which is something I would never want to happen to him.
And the Vikings erase an 11-point deficit. They shocked the Bears 27-24, courtesy of a 21-point fourth quarter. J.J. McCarthy shook off a rough start, including a 74-yard pick six to throw for 2 scores and run for another, all coming in that fourth quarter. 61 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, thank you, Marco. See you in an hour. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. On the live chat, or again, I keep saying the live chat, on the YouTube channel. You can check us out.
Live stream.
Right on YouTube.
3 dummies.
Three dummies. Yeah,
and that is a joke that only the viewing audience will understand.
That's right. So you wouldn't even know what that means unless you're watching on YouTube. So because I'm incredibly lazy and I got to get like a refresher. I haven't brought in my laptop. When I have the laptop with me, I'm going to be able to go to a screen that says commercial break in progress so that I don't have to be filmed every second while I'm in here, while I'm sipping something or I'm scratching my face, because people are crazy and that's right, scratching my face. I just don't want to necessarily be on camera every second of this thing. I want to be able to have breaks without having to get up and walk out. So eventually I'm going to get the laptop and learn how to do that and make the switch during the breaks. But for now, I wheeled in the old Craig Carton dummy. I don't know if you guys remember from our time with the Carton and Roberts show. We had a lot of fun with this guy right here. I don't want to move him too much because he'll topple over. But so I put a piece of paper on the dummy's chest that says break in progress, and I wheel him in and sit him in instead of me on camera during the break so that everybody can see that we're in commercial break. Thank you, dummy. And, of course, my only concern is I wasn't sure the station could handle 2 dummies with pieces of paper on their chest. But I guess there's room for Loogie and the commercial break dummy. I guess we can fit them both in. But I was concerned about that because there's already one dummy with a piece of paper on his chest with Start Dart, which is obviously a mistake. Obviously a mistake. Should I do this? No. Okay. I don't even see the football one. Do I still have to do that? Not this time of night, right? Well, now I feel like I've got to read you something. So let me tell you about the city's biggest indoor pickleball event. It's coming back October 10th and 11th, and it will sell out. Sign up for the fun or for the cash prizes. Go to 1010wins.com/pickleball for all of the info. The pickleball tournament is presented by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com, and I can tell you, Nissans do thrill. I've had nothing but Nissans for like the last 15 years. You want to talk about comfortability? That is where I don't care. When the lease is up, I go back to Nissan. It's very simple. I don't even think. Not a big car guy, don't care. One time I almost got a Dodge Challenger, the Challenger, which you can imagine was probably a challenge for me to get in and out of every day. But I always wanted one of those, but I decided not to do it, and I went back to Nissan. So I've had nothing but like Altimas and Rogues my whole driving life, pretty much. My first car ever was a Honda Prelude. Which was a little guy. Another was a little white Honda Prelude. When the lights would come on, the lights would like open up like eyelids on the front of the car, and then they would go down. They would go in and out, up and down the lights. Bang that bad boy up, and then I got an Oldsmobile Aurora, which the guy who sold it to me told me it was the Cadillac of Oldsmobiles. It really was. Now we have these screens that literally do everything. The navigation on it, these big, screens that tell you, have all the information and music and all that. But like when I first started driving, they didn't have any of that stuff. And it just had right there, like it was the coolest thing, the Oldsmobile Aurora. It had like a little screen, little tiny little thing, little, almost like a beeper kind of screen, very small, little narrow, little green screen that would say good morning or good day or whatever it was when you would start the car. And then it would give you like little things that you can scroll through, either oil life or gas miles left or whatever. Like there were a couple of different messages that you could have on that little screen. I thought that was the coolest thing ever. Driving around at 19 years old with a little screen that the car that says good morning when you start it. I was like, I'm the coolest guy around in my Oldsmobile Aurora. Love that car. I forgot what happened to that car. I think I just junked it. I don't think I got into an accident with that one. Only the Prelude. She came and went. 888-808-1019. All right, let's get back to your calls. A little bit on still doing football, Giants, Jets. We'll get to the Mets, obviously, as a disappointing loss for the Mets last night. Nolan McClain officially becomes one of the great Met pitchers of all time. He joins that echelon of pitchers by having another great start and losing 1-0. That is DeGrom. He is right there, baby. 5 starts in, and he's become a Mets ace, losing 1-0 to the Phillies. As the offense has gone cold, and again, we've talked about this a lot. Yes, the pitching has been in shambles. Yes, you're not sure who you're going to start in a 3-game series now. It's going to be a wild card series because the division is over. And you're not sure who those 3 starters are going to be. And, I'm thinking it's 2 rookies and Peterson. I don't know. We'll find out how the rest of it goes. But the reason this division's over, the reason the New York Mets do not have 7 to 10 more wins, the reason why this season has gone the way it's gone since Father's Day against the Tampa Bay Rays is because the offense is not nearly as good as it should be. Bottom line. I've been saying that forever. The last month, it's been a different story. The offense has been really good. Runners in scoring position, the whole bit. But they've gone cold again. They lost this game clearly because they can't score runs. They make mistakes. They have, they've made, I know the Yankees own blunders right now. I get it. But you got Beatty getting picked off. Saturday, you've got Lindor stealing third base. Like, they've made mental mistakes. They've made defensive mistakes. But ultimately, they haven't pitched well, obviously. But ultimately, this team would be in a far better position. This division would still be up for grabs. They would be much closer to at least the top wild card where you could possibly think about playing 3 games at Citi Field. If this offense was what it was supposed to be all year, it just isn't. And Mullins is terrible at this. We'll get through all that. I'm going to get into the lineup and what it should be because, I think there's a definitive, we know what this team should be. Like, we know what this team should be right now. To me, without question, Marte is your DH. Vientos is your third baseman. Beatty is your second baseman. Jeff McNeil is your center fielder. That's it. It's not a great defensive team, but that's your best lineup. And you need to score. Forget Mullins. He's been terrible since the trade. Terrible. Miserable at bats. Unable to get hits in any clutch situation. The second inning of this game, he has a terrible at bat. To me, it is done. It's done. Vientos at third. Beatty at second. Jeff McNeil in center. That is the team. Though, we know the other spots. I don't have to tell you the other spots. The other spots are locked in and loaded. You know who they are. You got Nimmo in left, Soto in right. Obviously Lindor at shortstop. You got Pete at first. You got Alvarez as your catcher. We know the rest of the team. But the question marks and what they've been mixing around, Vientos at third, Beatty at second, Jeff McNeil in center. Jeff McNeil Jeff McNeil had a terrible at bat. Let's be fair. I've praised Jeff McNeil this entire season, I've been all over Jeff McNeil the last couple years. I've had to eat crow on Jeff McNeil. He's had a really good season. He's had a far more productive season than I thought he would. I'm just declaring him the everyday center fielder. I never thought I would have said that in any way, shape, or form. But here we are, and I am. But Jeff McNeil, Mr. Contact. Jeff McNeil, the guy who always puts the ball in play. Jeff McNeil, who doesn't strike out. Jeff McNeil, the batting champion, comes up yesterday with second and third in the ninth after Vientos rips a double down the right field line. And unfortunately, Mauricio, the pinch runner, gets a terrible read on it. That ninth inning is frustrating. That entire ninth inning, Pete leads off with a base hit. They pinch run for Pete with just said his name, Mauricio. They pinch run with Mauricio, who isn't that fast and isn't that good of a base runner, but obviously he's faster than Pete Alonso. They don't have other guys available to pinch run, so they pinch run Mauricio. Vientos, after one out, Vientos hits a double down the line. Mauricio gets a terrible read on it. I'm not sure he scores anyway with his speed, and with only one out, I would imagine he probably gets the stop sign at third base with Jeff McNeil coming up, unless they really think he's going to score. If it's even going to be a play at the plate, they'll probably be prudent and hold him at third base, but he gets a bad read off the bat on a ball that absolutely is going into the corner. He can only get to third. Second and third, one out. Jeff McNeil, the guy you would want up there to put the ball in play, ends up swinging through a 102-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone, and then Alvarez has what can only be described as a worse than Anthony Volpe at bat. And that's tough. That's real tough. And we'll get to Anthony Volpe later in the show, too, because not only is his play not enough, we got to make fun of him when he's off the field. We'll get to that in a second. But Jeff McNeil swings through a 102-mile-an-hour fastball, and then Alvarez swings at 3 slider, knuckle curves, whatever it is Duran throws, that are 6 to 8 inches off the plate. He just went up there and said, I'm hoping he throws me a fastball, and I'm just going to swing at everything and hope I get a fastball. It was an atrocious at-bat. That was one of the worst non-competitive at-bats I've ever seen. He went up there and just swung at anything. Duran could have thrown the ball in the other dugout. At least if he did that, the swing and miss, it would have been a drop third strike, and he could have got to first. He would have swung at it. He was in swing mode. That was a terrible at bat. And I know he's a tough son of a gun. He's dealing with a broken pinky, a torn thumb muscle, whatever. He's the idea he's playing. I'll give him a lot of credit. As the backup catcher, Terens is dealing with a forearm issue. And McGill apparently is getting shut down too, so you can forget that as an option for the rotation, or at least in the bullpen. But those two at bats with runners at second and third to tie the game at 1 were just awful at-bats. Awful at-bats, and particularly Alvarez was really just an embarrassing at-bat. The effort given in that at-bat was atrocious. And this offense, yet again, I'm sorry. I know it's been good for a month. I know, this is a down year for Juan Soto. I get it. He's been incredible. I get it. But Nola, although being a top name and a pitcher who's had a track record and a good career, is having a miserable season. A miserable season. He's got an ERA upwards of 7, close to 7. He is one of, if not the worst pitcher in the National League this year. And they completely got shut down. Completely. Swinging at everything. There were a bunch of bad at-bats in this game. This offense just has not been good enough. And right now you got the rotation, which is starting to come together because of these young kids. And, Sproat over the weekend on Sunday pitched really well. But they've lost that game. They've lost 3 in a row. And if you don't look now, the San Francisco Giants are right behind them. Now, they do have the tiebreaker over the Giants after sweeping them and then losing 2 out of 3. So they've owned 4-2. The tiebreaker over the Giants, so the Giants are technically 4 games behind the Mets, but I expect them in the postseason, but they are closer to being out than they are winning this division. They're closer to being out than playing 3 home games in the wild card game. They are closer to being out than they should be. And right now, this team and that lineup and this rotation and that back end of the bullpen, I suppose that's the one good thing about the game is that Helsley pitched well, throwing pretty much nothing but his slider. I think he threw 1 fastball in the entire inning. He had Bader all confused. Bader had a miserable at-bat against him, but he had a really good inning. That's one positive for the Mets. But outside of Diaz, the bullpen scares me. Outside of really McClain, the rotation scares me. And right now, the offense continues to prove that they are not as good as they should be. And they go through funks where the entire team gets cold. The Yankees and Mets are similar in that manner, where it feels like when they're hot, they're all hot, and when they're cold, they're all cold. And we'll get to the Yankees as they start a big series against Detroit halfway through the gauntlet of those 12 games, and they are 4-2 in the first 6, and they just took down the fraud Blue Jays. And my only problem is they were at a charity event instead of sitting at home and being prepared for Detroit. Can you believe this team? They got the manager out in North Carolina seeing football games before the Houston series, and then before a very big, important Detroit series, they're out yucking it up in tuxedos at charity events? They've got some nerve. They should be home poring over information about the pitching rotation of the Detroit Tigers. They shouldn't be out doing the Lord's work, helping people. Getting all gussied up in tuxedos, showing off their wives and girlfriends. They should be locked in their bedrooms going over scouting reports. Unbelievable, the Yankees. Unbelievable. They've got some nerve. What, they don't care about this Detroit series? They care more about their foundations and helping young kids? Shame on them. Shame on those Yankees. Going to North Carolina games to be with their children on the one-off day that they have in the month instead of being with their team. Now, it doesn't matter they played well in that series and won 2 out of 3. I don't care. The manager's going to football games to watch his children coach. Unbelievable. And then, they have to schedule this. They have to schedule this charity event, the Rodon Foundation. They have to schedule it right before a big Detroit series in September. June's not good enough. God knows they never played well in June. You could schedule it for June. They got some nerve trying to help children instead of being locked in their room, focusing on scouting reports, going over how to get Gleyber Torres out. That's what they should be doing. Instead of sipping Cosmos and tuxedos, raising money for young kids. Unbelievable. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Steven in Mahopac. What's up, Steve?
Hey, they described it on the radio. Didn't Jeff McNeil just hit one foul over the bag, or because I was listening to that last
He did. Well, he hit one foul and it actually hit the umpire.
Oh,
he hit one foul and it hit the first base umpire in the foot. No, it was clearly foul.
Oh, okay.
Clearly foul. No, at least again, I was watching the football game. I was watching the Mets. I had volume on both, once I saw it was clearly foul, I didn't focus in. So I don't know if the broadcast harped on it, but it was clearly foul. It hit the umpire in foul territory.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was listening on the radio. Oh, 2 questions for the Giants. You would get me thinking when saying how the Jets losing on a 60-yard field goal. Is it longer ago than I think? Didn't the Giants have a bunch of early season losses with late upper 50-yard to 60-yard field goals?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're talking years ago.
It feels like 2 years ago, but it's probably longer.
Yeah,
right?
no, Graham Gano, Jake Elliott. I think it was like Jake Elliott's rookie season. That was like the first kick he ever made was a long field goal kick to beat the Giants. Yep. Then it was Graham Gano when he was with the Panthers. The Giants had an unbelievable comeback, but I mean, you're talking about the days of Eli Manning and Odell Beckham Jr.
Okay.
I mean, that's how long ago it was.
That's the problem. That's the thing. The last 5, 6, 7 years have gone so much faster than whatever.
Well, because the seasons have only lasted really 5 weeks. The Giants have only had 5-week seasons over the last 10 years, so it's obviously going to go very fast. Because then you stop paying attention to it, and we all become Mark out in California focused on our fantasy football teams because the Giants don't give us anything to give a damn about after Halloween.
Yeah, except for 2020 when the 6 and 10 year made us happy about early December.
Yeah,
is that 2020. Oh, so my last question is: it's going to sound so non-specific, but since you said, and you're right, that they've drafted at the line of scrimmage both ways, since it looks like on offense that they're playing against 20 defenders, and since it looks like on defense that the opposing offense could do anything they want, and it's wide open, then is it scheme, design? Is it does you have to go back? You remember how you'd hear 7 or 8 years ago, oh, football's moved past the running game.
running game just isn't necessary anymore. Is it possible the Giants should get a fullback?
A throwback what?
No, have a fullback in there and just are they too complicated?
No, I think what you said has a vein of truth in it, and I think that's far. Now, the fullback position, yes, has gone the way of the dodo. And I like that expression. Someone got on me for using that expression on the show. I think it was Rami. I still like the way of the dodo, and I'm going to stick with it. Yes, the fullback has gone the way of the dodo. The fullback doesn't exist pretty much. There's like 2 in the NFL. But the idea of the importance of the run game hasn't diminished outside of the importance of the running back. I mean, those are 2 separate things. The run game's important. The running back and paying him money in a league where most outside of Derrick Henry feel like start to trend in the wrong direction at 25, 26. The running back they don't want to pay running backs. They believe them to be kind of a dime a dozen. You can draft one in the 4th round, find a young kid who's a good running back. Like the running back itself has become diminished. But the run game certainly hasn't. No, I mean, I think the run game is as important. Now, we know the passing game and the quarterback has elevated, but, you got to run the football. Now, with a fullback, that sort of run scheme has kind of vanished from the NFL for the most part. But I don't believe that the run game is something – it's important. The Yankees, as we were talking about the Yankees, and I see the next caller wants to talk about the Yankees. But the Giants have to establish the run game. There's no doubt about it. That's part of it. Like, Russell Wilson's not going to go out there and throw for 400 yards. You need to establish the run. So, I mean, I'm up. You want to put a fullback back there? Do that. I don't care. Do something. They need to establish the run. They have 2 really good young running backs. I like both of them. We saw Scadaboo make an incredible pick up a blitz and just, like, he's ready to play. And Tracy's good. Like, they should be able to, as far as the backs go, like, if they could block it up and find some holes, I think they got running backs who can make it work. Establish the run. That's the first thing they need to do against the Dallas Cowboys. So I don't agree with you that the run game's been diminished. The passing game has obviously become more important and more effective with all the rules that have been instituted in the NFL. It's harder to defend the pass than it used to be. You can't touch a wide receiver. It's just become much easier. And we are seeing right now a generation of just unbelievable quarterback talent. I mean, we are in the golden age. I know many people are going to, this is not, they're going to talk about how the rules I just talked about are different. Oh, John Elway in this game, Dan Marino in this era would do this, Joe Montana would do this. Listen, that was a golden age of quarterbacks too. But right now, when you think of you got Mahomes, you got Burrow, you've got Lamar, you've got Allen, I think Herbert could become part of that if he, starts to play with Harbaugh enough, and week 1 he looked like that. Like, there are some really incredibly talented quarterbacks in this league right now. So the passing game has become, over the last 15 years or so, really more important and, what you need. But the run game hasn't been diminished, just the running back. And, yes, the fullback no longer a part of football for the most part. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll get to the Mets as well. We'll get to some baseball. I'm already getting a couple tweets. Everybody gets it, but they're predicting people won't. Just so you're aware, I was being sarcastic about the Yankees going to do charity. Like, of course. That's what off days are for. I hope they had a wonderful evening. Get your mind off baseball for a day. Go enjoy yourself. Go have a party. Go take care of the Rodon Foundation. Good for him. Absolutely. I'm being sarcastic because people got on Aaron Boone. And the other thing coming out of it is people, of course, like Anthony Volpe. We'll talk about this. Anthony Volpe's taken flack already for more reasons that he doesn't deserve. He's got plenty of reasons to make fun of Anthony Volpe. The idea that, we got to compare him to Derek Jeter off the field, and we got to, talk about his girlfriend's going to leave him when he has to play for the Colorado Rockies. And it's just, now I know it's a handful of people on social media, but it's unbelievable, man. The kid can't catch a break. He's there at a charity event with his girlfriend, and he becomes the story coming out of that because nobody thinks he deserves a life outside of baseball. It's just unbelievable. He just shouldn't be the starter anymore. 888-808-1019. So baseball, football up for grabs. I got you for another hour and a half as he's taking to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. McMonigle here with you on the fan. We'll be right back.
Keep listening for your chance to score a pair to see Mike Tyson. Return of the Mike Tour coming to Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Atlantic City on January 23rd. From our friends at the Hard Rock Hotel Atlantic City. Tickets go on sale Friday 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. It's all from the Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep the city clean, man. Let's get it.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Get out of here, dummy. What's going on? McMonigle here with you on the Fan. You would get that if you were watching on the stream, the live stream on YouTube right now. I got a dummy sitting in during the breaks to keep everybody entertained. He's my fluffer.
It's 3:36 a.m. You could say that.
Fluffer is a fine word. You could say that at any time. My fluffer.
If you don't know, don't Google it.
Don't Google it. Don't Google it. You don't want to know. 888-808-1019. All right, let's get to the calls. I've yapped on enough. Let's go to Bob in Vero Beach, Florida. What's up, Bob?
I don't think you want that on your resume.
No, well, I'm not the fluffer. The dummy's my fluffer. Everyone could use a fluffer.
That Alvarez at bat caused me. I'm a Yankee fan since 1958. Okay. That causes me to get off my couch and use WTF. That was the least competitive thing I've ever seen since 50 Cent threw his first pitch out.
Yeah, I have to admit, I have seen some feeble at bats.
Oh my gosh.
Recently, as a Yankee fan, you'll know. Recently, Anthony Volpe has given us a handful. He just went up there saying, "I'm going to swing at everything and hope it's a fastball."
It's like they got a drunk guy out of the stands and say, "Here, take the bat, go up there and swing."
Every single pitch was 5-6 inches off the plate. It was embarrassing.
I think it was more than that, Chris.
Yeah, it might have been. No, it was.
Could you imagine what the pitcher was thinking? He says, "Well, if he swung at this, let's see if he swings at this."
Of course,
and
no
then he says,
doubt.
And then let's see if he'll swing at this.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I don't think that pitch is on a pitch comm, is it?
No, no, you're right. Duran just said, "Okay, let me see how far," and it felt like it wouldn't have mattered. It felt like it wouldn't have mattered how far outside the pitch was. He was swinging at it.
It was in the other batter's box.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it.
Unbelievable. Terrible.
But anyway, who would have played first if Alonso was out of the game?
He was out of the game. He got pinch run for.
That's what I'm saying.
If they would have tied the game, who would have come in to play first base?
Correct.
They might have played Vientos at first. They might have McNeil's played some first base a couple times this year. I mean, they would have figured it out.
Yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, Vientos has been there before. I was trying to...
Or you could have lost the DH and put Young there. Like they had some options.
Oh, okay.
You got to score that run though. So I have no problem with that. You got to score the run, then you worry about it.
It's just a shame to waste that pitching effort. 1-0. You got to win those games.
Yeah, no, of course. But, and we have seen that with the Mets for a long time. That was that felt like a very Jacob deGrom kind of start where he has this incredible start. He gives up a run in the second inning and then completely shuts them down. He has given them 5 excellent starts to begin his Met career, and that was his first loss. And that's the first time it felt like, hey, welcome to the Mets. You pitch a 1-run game and you don't get any run support. Congratulations, you're here. You've made it.
I'd look at Alvarez and say, do you recall where you were a few weeks ago?
The minors, yeah, no, not only just a few weeks ago, a few days ago with his injury. I mean, I know it wasn't he wasn't sent down for the same reason as he was a few weeks ago, but he was dealing with an injury. He was just in AAA, having at bats. So, I mean, look, I don't know what happened with that at bat. He was when he first came back from that stint in the minors, he got hot. He's cooled off a little bit. He's just not been the offensive player that we all expected him to be after his rookie season. And he's had moments in time, but it just hasn't been consistent enough. But that particular at-bat with second and third, 2 outs to end the game was an atrocious at-bat. Now, earlier in the game, was it Sosa? Like, he got into a little bit of a kerfuffle with a little bit of a brouhaha with Sosa at the plate for no reason. I have no idea what the Phillies are doing. The Phillies have had a couple of things, right? Bohm had a problem with the lighting out in the Citi Field. The parabolic mic was causing some glare. And now Sosa has a problem with getting softly tagged on a strike 3 call in the dirt. Like, that, he's got to tag you, buddy. At any moment, you could break for first base. The idea the Phillies are so, I'll tell you, I don't know. The Phillies are soft. Now, and the Mets have played very well against them despite last night. I would be hoping to see the Phillies in the postseason if I'm the Mets. I really would. I would be hoping to see the Phillies. They don't have their ace anymore. We'll see if Turner comes back. He's got a hamstring injury. Bohm's on the IL. They do think that Turner could be back for the postseason, but like, I know they've got some dangerous hitters. I know right now you're talking about an MVP caliber season for what's his name? Jeez, I'm losing it. Harper has obviously had his moments in the postseason where he's been dominant. He's had some moments where he's not been that good, but that's a team right now, even though they won this game and they're going to win this division. The division's over. I don't trust Philadelphia as far as I can throw them. They blew a 3-game-to-1 lead, 3-game-to-2 lead, heading home for 6 and 7 against the Diamondbacks a few years ago in the NLCS. They got beaten the NLDS by the Mets last year with the best record had the best record in the National League most of the year. And then, right now, I don't think they're all that good. The pitching isn't the same without Wheeler. We'll see. But that was a disappointing loss for the Mets last night. Paul in Buffalo. What's up, Paul?
Oh, Chris. And before I get to my phone call, I'd like everyone to know this call is brought to you by the Human Fund. It's people helping people.
It's people helping people. What's going on?
Anyway, Chris.
People helping people. I love it when people.
Before we get to the Yankee hot stove, it's curious with baseball teams. A month ago, the Mets are hitting the cover off the ball, and they cannot close a game out at all. Mm-hmm. Now they're getting these brilliant pitching performances from these young studs, and they can't hit anything. They better figure, like you said, it out quick because the Giants are coming and, another week of bad baseball, and they could be looking at being in a virtual tie with the Giants. So,
they do have the tiebreaker over the Giants, so it's really the Giants would have to beat them by a game. I'm not overly concerned about that, but you're not wrong. They've got to figure out a way to play a hell of a lot better than they've played the last 3 days. There's no doubt. 3 games. There's no doubt.
And in the other league, and let me say this, can we all just say that the National League is certainly no better than the American League this year?
I think that narrative needs to be put to bed, too. I wouldn't say no better. I don't know if that's, as much as I'm dogging on the Phillies, the Brewers have been the best team in baseball. I don't know how much faith I have in them in the postseason, but I would say the Brewers, Cubs, Dodgers, Padres, Phillies,
Dodgers are flawed this year.
No doubt.
Maybe given their pedigree, they will pick it up in October. Yeah. But they have lost.
No, the Yankees are half they're 3-7 in their last 10. They blew a game where they were throwing a no-hitter and had a 3-0 lead with 2 outs in the 9th to the Orioles. They are absolutely flawed. There is no doubt about it. And the Yankees actually have a half a game better record. I'm just telling you, they're flawed, but so are the Houston Astros, so are the Detroit Tigers, so are the Toronto Blue Jays, so are the New York Yankees. Like, I would just have to say, I don't think it's as pronounced as people will tell you. Like, there are people who go, well, the 5 best teams in the National League and maybe the Yankees and Blue Jays can be in the mix. I don't know if having watched the full season, I don't know if I would go that far.
I would say
I still would say the National League, the top. I think the playoff teams overall in the National League, I think you can make a strong argument that they are better than the playoff teams in the American League. I think that's fair, but I don't think it's as pronounced as people would have you believe.
Yeah, that's fair. Let me say this, though, with the Yankees. How about the last 3 starts of Max Fried? He's gone 7 innings.
Yep.
When was the last time we've seen that?
No,
it may be freed in the beginning of the season, but it is so refreshing.
And it was close that he wasn't going to be able to do it. I mean, in this last one against I was kind of annoyed with him through 3 innings to give that 3-run lead back, but then he settled in. He got through 7. Let's be honest, even Luis Heel to go 6 innings against the Blue Jays. I'll take 6.
Yes.
I'll take 6.
Who is your third starter right now?
I think it's a very interesting question. I think it's a very interesting question. If it's especially, let's just go on the idea that they're going to be in the wild card. So, we'll see there. What are they up on? Boston, 2 games in the loss column, 2 games in the loss. They're 2 games up.
They're only 1 game back at Detroit. They're still 3 on Toronto. Given the tie
they're 2 in the loss column back on Toronto. They're 2 up on the loss column in Boston. They are only 1 game back in the loss column. Now, again, they have wins, so it's not 1 game, but I go with the loss column.
Yeah.
So they're 1 game in the loss column behind Detroit, but let's just assume the wild card for now, because that's where they sit.
Sure.
And right now they are 2 games in the loss column up on Boston. So let's assume it's at Yankee Stadium against the Boston Red Sox, right? That's right now season ends. Right now the season ends juicy. Today. That's the playoff matchup. I don't think there's any doubt who the first 2 are. The 3 are interesting, and I would say this. I was thinking about this actually driving in today. If it's on it's really interesting because Will Warren has been really good at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
And I trust Will Warren to throw strikes. He's not as dynamic as Cam Schlittler. He doesn't have the same stuff as Luis Heel. If you told me one of them, of those 3, one of them was going to go out there and throw 7 scoreless, my least prediction would be that's Will Warren. I would say either Schlittler or Luis Heel would be the one to go 7 and give up only 1 or no runs. But
don't you want to see 102?
I know, but if you told, I'm thinking about
102 in a playoff game.
I know, but if you told me one of them is guaranteed to give me 5 of 1 or 2 runs, I would trust
Warren.
That's Warren. Luis Heel doesn't know where it's going almost on every other start.
I agree with that. Boy,
he makes me nervous. And Cam Schlittler he's a rookie. He's just getting his feet wet. I know Will Warren's a rookie, but he's pitched all year.
That's who I want to see, though.
If it's on the road, Will Warren's out of the equation. If it's at home, it might be Will Warren. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking. I don't know. I understand your point, and by if I'm looking for dominant starting pitching, I'm going with one of the 2 of them. But if I'm just looking to have a pitcher keep me in the game, especially at home, the way Will Warren is throwing it home, it might be Will Warren as my 3rd starter. I don't know. It's a very interesting question.
Are you ready for whatever deranged call Brett's going to make today about Daniel Jones?
Well, I mean, listen, it's not going to be deranged. He's got a very strong argument today. No, I know. He is going to be unhinged. I don't know when it's coming. Thank you for the call, Paul. Either today, tomorrow. He typically doesn't call on Monday, so it's not like he's waiting or he's ducking it, or not that he's ducking it, but he typically doesn't call on Monday. But I know what's coming. And look, I will tell you about Daniel Jones. He's going to be. I can't go too far back at him. Daniel Jones played an incredible football game. Daniel Jones scored on every possession. He threw 1 touchdown pass, ran for 2. They won in a blowout. It was the biggest rout of the game of the week. I'm pretty sure it was. At least it felt that way. It was whatever the final score was. It was 22-0, and the Dolphins were terrible. And I will say this: the Dolphins' secondary and defense overall are atrocious. They are a disaster. They are a sinking ship. He's getting fired. Tua is not going to be the quarterback much longer. I was confident in them. Heading into, I thought they were going to come out and play well. At least while Tua is healthy, I thought the offense could score some points. They were atrocious. So I don't know what's going on with Miami, and I do put some of it on. He was playing the Miami Dolphins, who are falling apart at the moment. But I can't argue with how well he played. So we'll see. But I do not think that is. And again, we also got to admit, I never thought Daniel Jones was incapable of playing a good game. I know this happens to be a crazy good game where he scores on every possession. But he won a road playoff game playing incredibly well against Minnesota. I say that every time I get on Daniel Jones, I will say I will never take that away from him. That game wasn't about the defense. That game wasn't about Saquon Barkley. That was Daniel Jones winning a road playoff game for the New York Giants. There is no doubt that was Daniel Jones. Saquon Barkley and the defense were why they got to that game, but Daniel Jones won that football game playing an incredible game. We saw that I mentioned the second half against the Arizona Cardinals a couple years ago in week 2 of the season when they were about to go 0-2. They got blown out off of the playoff game. That next year, 40-0 against the Cowboys week 1. Week 2, they're losing to the lousy Arizona Cardinals. And then he has an incredible second half. He hit everything. He was perfect in that second half of the Cardinals game. He played really well against the Colts down the stretch of the year they went to the playoffs. He's had games. He's not incapable of playing a good football game. I would have never said he'll never play another good football game the rest of his career. But over the course of the season, I think this is going to be the exception, not the rule for Daniel Jones. But today is absolutely, for all the people who want to say it was never about Daniel Jones, it's about the offensive line. Daniel Jones is going to be great once he gets out of New York. All of those people have every right to crow on this Tuesday, this week, as he played incredibly well for the Indianapolis Colts. He just did. I can't argue it. He played a great game. So did Justin Fields. I've been down on Justin Fields. I'm concerned about Justin Fields. I've knocked Justin Fields. He was on the wheel of quarterback, made fun of Justin Fields, have talked about this passing game for the Jets. No confidence in it. There he is right there. You heard he's been listening. There's Brett in Long Island right now. I've killed Justin Fields. I can't argue. I thought he played an incredible football game. Like, I knew Daniel Jones was capable of playing well. We've seen it. His first game, he threw 4 touchdown passes against Tampa Bay. Like, I knew he was capable of it. I don't think he's capable of it consistently. I wasn't sure Justin Fields was capable of playing the way he played last week. He was in complete control of the offense. He used his legs. He moved around the pocket, always looking downfield. People are even getting on him for not running on that. I had no problem throwing the ball to Garrett Wilson. You're trying to get further down the field. You're trying to make a play. He had an open receiver, and he put it on him. I have no problem with that final play. I have no problem with him throwing that instead of going to try and run for the first down. I thought he played an excellent, for all the people who say he can't throw and he's not accurate, we had a rough day. We had a rough day. Do I think he's going to do that every week? I don't know. But we had a rough day. For those of us who clamored and yelled all offseason that he can't throw the football, that he's not accurate enough to win in this league. We had a rough day. And for us, Daniel Jones anti-Daniel Jones guys, had a rough day. Had a rough day. Russell Wilson sucked. The offense of the New York Giants sucked. Daniel Jones went out and played extremely well. Do I think it's going to be the year of Daniel Jones playing extremely well every week? No, I do not. Do I think he's going to lead the Colts to the playoffs? No, I do not. Do I think ultimately it will be a failure for Daniel Jones in Indianapolis? Yes, I do. But he had one hell of a game. There is no doubt about it. Stuart in Brooklyn. What's up, Stu?
So Daniel Jones had one very good week.
He had one hell of a game, though. You got to give it to him. He played incredibly well.
He played very well.
He did.
He led us to a victory on the road in Minnesota.
He played great in that game, too. He was damn near perfect in that playoff game against Minnesota. Absolutely. Even in my criticism, but I've never taken that away from him. He played an incredible game.
We can't take anything away that he's done good, but he's not being, like you just said, he's not consistent. He doesn't do it.
And look, and I've always also been critical of how the Giants handled him. The Giants did a terrible job changing. They gave him Joe Judge. I've never said the Giants didn't have their hand in making Daniel Jones less successful than he could have been. I just don't think Daniel Jones is a quarterback that can. I don't think you can consistently win if your franchise's quarterback is Daniel Jones. I don't see him making the playoffs year in and year out. I don't see him winning the Super Bowl. I don't see a franchise being led by Daniel Jones consistently winning.
Yeah, but also they gave him a defensive coordinator as a coach. And how does that make a quarterback who's on the offensive side of the ball better? They never had a good offensive coordinator with him, did they?
No. He had, what's his name the first year, and he performed relatively well. I can't think of the coach. He's the offensive coordinator in Colorado right now. Why am I drawing a blank on? Pat Shurmur. Pat Shurmur was an offensive coordinator, an offensive coach, and Daniel Jones played well his rookie year. Then they gave him Joe Judge, and it was an absolute disaster. And then Brian Daboll came in, eliminated the turnovers, and he played well enough to complement the run game and the defense to get them to the playoffs. And then in that Minnesota game, he played his ass off. And then we saw what happened against Philadelphia. And yes, the offensive line got beat up in that game, but he was atrocious in that game. He was terrible. So, like, you know, we'll see. But look, he played a great game. And I do wish him well. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he has a great career. The dude gave the Giants everything he could have. Like, he tried to come back from injury. He's dealing with neck issues, and he is leading headfirst to try and get into the end zone. Daniel Jones is a good guy. He is a tough son of a gun. He is everything you could want in your franchise player other than being talented enough. But I wish him the best. I hope I'm dead wrong, and I hope he wins a Super Bowl in Indianapolis because he deserves it. He's a good dude.
He's a good guy.
Yeah,
he is a good guy. He played through injuries. How many other guys would just sat down and said, no, I'm hurt? A lot of guys would just sat down and said they were hurt.
I guess. Yeah, I mean, he came back from injuries, definitely. And like I said, dealing with neck injuries and stuff, there was speculation it might cost him his career. I don't know however real that speculation was, but there was speculation he might not play again because of a neck injury. And he's back out there running, diving head first, not sliding, taking on contact. He's a tough son of a gun. I would never say anything else.
He didn't think, he just took it upon himself to go out there and play. He didn't care about maybe it might end my career. No, he just did it. He just did. Get to the Yankees.
Yes.
Let's hope we got minimum 2 out of 3 from Detroit.
Oh, minimum. Why? What? We got Houston. We got the Toronto Blue Jays down. Not good enough for you. Now we got to take 2 out of 3 from them. Why?
We got to sweep the Red Sox.
And then you got to sweep the Red Sox. Why do they have to sweep the Red Sox?
We got to sweep the Red Sox.
Why?
To get back at them.
And if they don't?
To shut them up.
Okay, but set them up for what?
For whatever
what
they've
if they
done
win?
This season.
Oh, shut them up.
Shut them up, yes.
Yeah, I don't really, again.
Come on.
We'll shut them up in the playoffs. Who cares about, what is shutting them up in September going to do? Win 2 out of 3. That's all. I don't need to sweep the Boston Red Sox. No. Just win 2 out of 3. What's shutting them up going to do? If they sweep them, they still win the season series. Yeah, I'm not. You guys play into that more than I do. I don't really care about shutting up the win 2 out of 3, beat them in the standings, and then play them in the playoffs. If they lose the wild card series to the Boston Red Sox, you're going to be like, well, at least we shut them up in September. Who cares? And if you beat the Boston Red Sox, who's going to care? You lost 2 out of 3 in September. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Win 2 out of 3 because you want to win the division. Win 2 out of 3 because you want to make sure if you play the Boston Red Sox, it's at Yankee Stadium. That's why you need to win 2 out of 3. Not to shut anybody up, not to make some sort of stance, not to make some declarative opinion. The Red Sox have owned the Yankees this season. These 3 games aren't going to change that, even if they sweep them in Fenway. Even if they sweep them, the Red Sox win the season series. So, what's it matter? It matters because I want to play them if they have to at Yankee Stadium. And I want to still try and catch the Blue Jays, and that's still on the table after taking 2 out of 3. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back. The much-awaited phone call from Brett in Long Island. I know you've all been out there waiting for the day he gets to call in and crow about Daniel Jones. We'll see. I don't know how much crowing he's going to do about his New York Giants. We were both on the same page, hoping they played well and expecting them to play well in Washington, and they did not. So I'm sure he's not overly happy, but he'll have his Daniel Jones say, that's for sure. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back, say good morning, and take you the rest of the way to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I was a believer in Brian Dable. It's the same thing year after year after year. And then he stands up there in the post-game press conference and says the same thing. Nothing. This is not on Russell Wilson. Well, then who's it on?
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, potholes, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Sal Licata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City, or at hlgross.com.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Met offense in neutral, but had an opportunity to steal it in the ninth.
Runners lead second and third. 1-0 Phillies, 2 out, top 9. Duran sets the 0-2 to Alvarez. Swung on and missed strike 3. Again, the breaking ball, a knuckle curve away, and the ball game is over. 4 Phillies pitchers have combined to shut out the New York Mets.
1-0 your final. Howie Rose the call. Odyssey Mets Radio. Joan Duran getting back-to-back strikeouts of Jack McNeil and Francisco Alvarez, stranding runners on second and third to end it. Aaron Nola fans 7 over 6 innings of 3-hit ball. Rookie Nolan McClain, his first big league loss despite getting just a run over 5 1/3. Mets now 8 back of Philly, but 3 up on the Giants, 4 on the Reds for the wild card. Giants offense was non-existent in Washington, but after a day to think about it, Brian Daboll sticks with Russell Wilson over the rookie and Jaxson Dart Sunday against the Cowboys.
Again, like I said yesterday, that game just doesn't fall on Russell Wilson. You got to do a better job collectively, coaching, playing, but Russ will be the starter.
And the Vikings, 21 points in the fourth quarter. They erased an 11-point deficit, stunned the Bears 27-24. J.J. McCarthy, $143 in the air, 25 yards rushing, 3 total scores. 60 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn.
At 4:05. McMonigle here with you for another hour or so as we take you to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show, 888-808-1019. And we open the show talking about the New York Giants as they came out today. Brian Daboll, after a miserable game out in Washington, getting ready for a game in Dallas. After being non-committal about who would be the starting quarterback right after the game, he came out today and said the only thing that makes sense, Russell Wilson will be back under center for the game against the Cowboys. And to me, a couple things talking about the Giants quarterback situation. One, I don't believe the time is now for Jaxson Dart. I just don't. They came up with a plan to help develop this kid, to give him time. We have seen quarterbacks develop both ways. They've benefited from time off. They've benefited from being thrown right into the fire. With the way this offensive line is played in week 1, there is no way in hell, especially without Andrew Thomas. And the sound was today kind of, he doesn't expect any changes up front. I don't know if that means Andrew Thomas. Clearly, Andrew Thomas is viewed as the starting left tackle. I don't know how that's viewed as a change or not, but whatever the case may be, until Andrew Thomas is a part of this offensive line, I'm not playing Jaxson Dart. I'm not doing it. I'm not putting him behind that offensive line. I'm not doing it. Now, I would still dress all 3 quarterbacks because if Russell Wilson goes down or Russell Wilson plays terribly, even though they designated him the 3rd-string quarterback, which still boggles my mind, I'm putting Jameis Winston in there before I'm putting in Jaxson Dart. Jaxson Dart is not playing this week. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not doing it under any circumstance. I'm glad the Giants made that decision. Now, the other thing is, another reason why I don't want to play Jaxson Dart is it sounds like many people believe that, and we've talked about it, and it's obviously been a talking point here, that for the coach, Brian Daboll, they did decide to bring him back, that it's about developing the quarterback, and clearly it is. And the reason I wanted him back as the coach of this team was because I felt like he was hired because of his help in the development of Josh Allen. And that's what he's known for. And even with the Giants, let's be fair, as bad as it's been, he won a road playoff game with Daniel Jones, who I know now is God's gift to quarterback play. And he turned Tommy DeVito into a household name. He went from Tommy DeVito first of all, he's a nobody. He wasn't allowed to throw a pass when he came into the game against the Jets. And a few weeks later, he's beating a team that went on to the postseason and kicked the crap out of the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas. The Green Bay Packers beat them in prime time and earned a contract selling pizza sauce and got a job now as the backup in New England. I know I feel like he can develop quarterbacks. What I don't know if he can do is have a functioning offense. And I'm not ready to just already decide that I don't care about that and it's just about developing the quarterback and let's just see, we need to make a decision on this coach and quarterback. Let's throw him out there as soon as possible. No, they decided to bring in Russell Wilson. They decided to make him the starting quarterback. They decided to bring in Jameis Winston, and they decided that the plan was to take it slow with this kid. And I'm not going to let them hide under, now it's all about developing the quarterback. No. Show me that with the quarterback you chose to bring here, as you jettison Daniel Jones, and yes, we're going to talk to Brett in Long Island, anybody else, about how well he played with the Indianapolis Colts. You decided to jettison him. You decided not to have him on your team mid-season because you were afraid of the injury. I agreed with all of it. You decided to bring in Russell Wilson, and after 1 week, I'm not letting him off the hook to show me and prove to me that this guy with this quarterback can have a functioning offense. He knew the offensive line. They went out and signed Hudson to be the backup because they knew it was going to take time for Andrew Thomas. That's an improvement over the slop they threw out last year without Andrew Thomas. They had all offseason to fix it. They had all offseason to come up with a game plan for Russell Wilson. They had all offseason to find a way to score freaking touchdowns. I like the roster. I think they have good skill players. They've got a stud wide receiver. I think Slayton is pretty, and if you watch the film, he got open a couple times and wasn't able to get the ball to him. Slayton can get down the field. He knows the route tree. He knows this offense. Wan'Dale Robinson had a couple plays in week 1, and I believe can be a shifty wide receiver in this league. I like both running backs in Tracy and Scatterbo. I think Theo Johnson has a chance to be a decent pass-catching tight end in this league. You went out and spent a ton of money on your defensive backfield in free agency. You've got an elite pass rush with Abdul Carter thrown in the mix, the 3rd overall pick in the NFL draft. This team needs to be better than the crap we saw on Sunday. And I'm not ready to transition right into all that matters is developing the quarterback. Show me something. I want this coach to show me something. Show me you can come up with a game plan with the roster you guys put together that can go out and score points. I don't know if they have to go out and beat the Cowboys. I'd like them to. If they want to have a season, they better. If they want to have a season where wins and losses matter, they better. But I need to see that this guy and the plan they put forward isn't just the slop we saw on Sunday. I'm not putting this quarterback behind the offensive line only off of what we saw on Sunday. I need it to look better, and I need Andrew Thomas out there. And I'm not ready to give the coach the white flag and the shield of, now let's just go develop the quarterback. No. You chose this course of action. Show me why you're not stupid for doing so. Show me you can come up with a game plan. Show me this offense is functioning. Go score some points. I'm not moving the Jaxson Dart. Thankfully, they're not. And you know what? Honestly, Jameis Winston better be in uniform because if something goes wrong, I'm not thrusting this kid into that spot. I don't care they designated him the second quarterback. They'll look like fools when they do it. I don't care. Jameis Winston needs to be ready to go. Jaxson Dart isn't playing, and he's not playing for a while. And this is about Brian Daboll, the guy they chose. It's his quarterback, right? There's a lot of discussion about whether or not Joe Shane was on board with Jaxson Dart. They made the decision based on him. I'm sure if they're going to let him draft the quarterback, I'm sure they let him pick which quarterback is going to be the starting quarterback. It's Russell Wilson's his guy. Jaxson Dart is his guy. This team is now their roster. Show me. Show me more than you showed me on Sunday. And I'm not ready to just cave on that and say, let's just develop the quarterback. At some point, it will get there. But we believed there was a lot of promise heading into this season. There was a lot of optimism. There was a lot of new energy. There was a lot of confidence around this team. I better see some of the reason for that come Sunday against the Cowboys. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We talked a little bit about the Mets, obviously. A disappointing loss. A couple of bad at-bats at the end of the game with an opportunity to tie it with runners in second and third. Jeff McNeil strikes out in a high fastball. We saw a miserable at-bat from Alvarez. And ultimately, despite another tremendous pitching performance from Nolan McLean, an offense that has gone back into the tank over the last 3 days. They have lost 3 games in a row. They lost. Obviously, the division is over, as they are now 8 games back in the National League East, and they are only 3 games up on the San Francisco Giants for the final wild card spot. Disappointing loss for the Mets. Ugly loss for the New York Giants. They're sticking with their quarterback, and the Jets, obviously coming off of a disappointing loss with a lot of optimism and a lot of positivity, despite losing in a manner in which is typical Jets. They had an opportunity to win that game, and they blew it. So that's on the table for the next 45 minutes or so. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Let's get to it. Brett in Long Island. What's going on, Brett? How are you?
I got death threats. I lost friendships. I was thrown out of 2 of my online social media groups.
Wait, you're only down to 9 social media groups now?
No, I had 13.
Oh,
then I got kicked out of 2. Now I have 11.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about Daniel Jones. He had, 3 offensive coordinators? How many different coaches? Look it up. He had the worst offensive line for 5 years. But no, it was his fault.
I know. Yeah, it was mostly.
They were rated the worst offensive line, Chris.
I don't believe they were. Miami has been worse the last 2 years, but yes,
Chris,
they were not good.
Chris,
they were not good.
Banned from the radio.
Banned you from the radio.
Chris, Sal. This started with Sal.
Oh,
this is unbelievable. I got over a dozen texts. People are telling me, Chris is lucky you don't have his personal phone number. Oh my God!
They are certainly correct on that one.
Chris.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I just want to hear that you're right. Let's hear it. Get it over with. Come on, tell me.
No, I'm not going to. It was one game.
You said this is great. Okay, I wish him well. We don't have to talk about him anymore. Guess what? The whole country's talking about Daniel Jones now, Chris. Everybody.
It's because it's such a shock to everyone, and it will be back to normal within a few weeks. Don't worry about it.
What's so shocked everybody? The Giants were horrible. I tried to tell you that.
They are.
I
listen. All right.
You know the Yankees.
Without yelling, can we have a conversation about it? Can we have an honest conversation about it, or you want to just yell? Because if you just yell, today's your day to yell if you want to just yell. But if you'd like to have a conversation about it, we can go back and forth. I never, ever said the Giants have zero blame in Daniel Jones' lack of success. I never, ever said that it is all on Daniel Jones.
5 years ago.
What's that?
You called. You want to have a conversation. Keep it real.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You called Davo a quarterback whisperer.
Yes.
Then you changed it to now, he helped assist Josh Allen. Because you know you were wrong. He wasn't a quarterback whisperer.
I just gave you points that I think he turned Tommy DeVito into a household name, beating teams when he couldn't throw the football. I think he turned Daniel Jones from a turnover machine to a lack of turnover machine. I do think he could still be, and I expect him to do well with Jaxson Dart. I'm still on board with him being a quarterback. I don't know if I remember using the term whisperer, but do I think he helps develop young quarterbacks? Absolutely, I do. I still believe that. Can he call an offensive scheme? I don't know. That's what I'm concerned about right now. And that's why I want to see Russell Wilson.
He's won 3 games. He won the 1 year. They had the 9 games, okay? Yep. Then he won 3 games. He won 6 games in 3 games. A horrible coach.
Yeah, well, listen, he has to prove he's not a horrible coach. And yesterday and this Sunday did him no favors. I'm totally with you.
Defending everybody. You want to have a real conversation? Come on.
I am having a real conversation with you.
Guys,
I'm not defending anyone right now. You're defending everyone, and all you did was defend Daniel Jones. All I did was tell you he's part of the problem. He's not good enough. He's not good enough.
No.
He's not good enough.
Chris, for 6 years.
What's that?
He was good enough with the Colts.
He's not. 1 game. The Giants, I just said he was good enough in Minnesota for a playoff win. He was good enough in the second half against Arizona to come back from 20 points and a half. We have seen Daniel Jones play well. It's not like we never once saw Daniel Jones play well. I never was under the assumption that Daniel Jones could never have another good game. He does suck. Daniel Jones sucks. Daniel Jones stinks.
See, you're not letting up.
Daniel Jones stinks. Okay. Why would I change my mind off of 1 game against the lousy Miami Dolphins? Why would I let that change? Because I can see what?
You see what he can be with the right.
I can see what a lot of quarterbacks could be. I could see what a lot of quarterbacks could be. Zach Wilson outplayed Patrick Mahomes in MetLife Stadium. Does that mean he doesn't suck?
Chris,
yes.
You put more blame on Daniel Jones in the past 6 years than you did on the Giants organization.
I don't know if that's true.
My argument.
I don't know if that's true.
And I tried
to put it on equally. I put it on equally. You came out and said you came out and said Daniel Jones is great. It's entirely on the Giants. Daniel Jones has all the ability. Daniel Jones would be a great player in this league. You watch, you wait, you see. He's going to be great. You watch, you wait, you see. And I said, no, he stinks. I never said the Giants didn't participate in it. I never said Joe Judge wasn't a major impediment on Daniel Jones being better. I never said the Giants did him right and it's all his fault. You said he's great, it's all the Giants' fault. And I said, no. I said you got to put some of it, in fact, a lot of it, on Daniel Jones himself. That's fair. But I never said Daniel Jones was completely and utterly to blame. And I still, after 1 week, believe Daniel Jones is not a good enough quarterback to win. I do not think the Colts are going to win. I don't think this one game tells you that Daniel Jones is a great quarterback in this league. It's been the Giants holding him back, and you just watch what happens in Indianapolis. You might believe that, and hey, at the end of the year, you might be proven right. I doubt it. But we'll see. Yes. Yes.
Okay, you're the one putting the goalpost back right now.
I am not.
By the way, I never said he was great.
Yes, you did. You never said he was great.
Put me on hold.
You never said Daniel Jones was great.
For a second.
You never said you want to go on hold for a second? Sure, we'll put you back on hold for a second. You never said that Daniel Jones was great. You never said that Daniel Jones, and I'm moving the goalpost. You came on week after week and told me he was going to shut everybody up and he was going to prove everybody wrong. And he's a great player in this league. That's what you said. All I said was, you're wrong. He stinks. I never said that the Giants were blameless. I never said changing coaches and coordinators didn't hurt him. I never said Joe Judge would have hurt any quarterback who was here. I never said any of those things. I said Daniel Jones has a lot to do with it because he's not good enough. But I never, ever said the Giants had nothing to do with it. Now you're back from on hold.
He's not shutting everybody up right now. He is shutting everybody up
on
right
1 week. He had one good game against a team that is falling apart from inside.
Historic game. Historic. He did something that's never been done in one game.
He scored on every drive.
And you know what's
We've
great?
seen guys. He threw one touchdown pass.
Aaron Rodgers.
He threw one touchdown pass.
Aaron Rodgers sticking it to
Aaron Rodgers threw four straight touchdown passes. Aaron Rodgers threw four touchdown passes.
Daniel Jones in interviews isn't saying anything bad. He's a classy guy. We lost a classy guy. If you would have gave him the right pieces, we could have went to plus. Now Russell Wilson's going to suck, right? Then Jaxson Dart.
Well, we'll see. No, I mean, we'll see about Jaxson Dart. I think Russell Wilson can play better than he played on Sunday, but I have no expectation of. I never said Russell Wilson would take this team to the Super Bowl. I think hopefully Jaxson Dart is better than Daniel Jones.
When Daniel Jones left,
I am. Yes, I still feel good. Yes, I am still glad the era of Daniel Jones is over. 100%, still glad.
Why?
Because he's not very good.
Go to the playoffs.
Because Daniel Jones isn't very good. That's why. What's that?
What if the Colts go to the playoffs?
I don't care. Daniel Jones isn't very good.
In 5 years.
What's that?
Wow. Now who's in doubt?
Daniel Jones isn't very good. I'm not in denial. Daniel Jones isn't very good. He's not taking the Colts to the playoffs.
The whole country is talking about Daniel Jones.
It's because Daniel Jones sucks, and they're shocked that he played this well. That's why the whole country's talking about him. How many teams turned him down? He was a free agent. He had to join a team that already had a starting quarterback. Like, nobody took him on to be the guaranteed starting quarterback.
Did you know what I said? He used to beat Washington. He looked good. He could at least.
He used to beat Washington. Washington is a completely different team. Washington went to the NFC Championship game. He beat Washington when they had nobodies. He beat Washington when they were as bad as the Giants were. What's that?
So inept. We should have beat them last year.
Yeah, should have, could have, didn't. Daniel Jones stinks, Brett. I am still. Listen, you see, this is where you could have just taken the day. You had the victory for the day. Now you got to project further than that. Look, you want to yell and scream? I offered you the chance. I said, let's have a conversation, or you could just yell and scream because today's your day. I get it. But if you're asking my opinion, I am thrilled that the era of Daniel Jones is over with the New York Giants. I wish him well. He might be better right now than Russell Wilson is. It doesn't matter. That needed to end. It needed to end. The debate on whether or not it's his fault needed to end. It wasn't all his fault. It was a lot his fault. He's not very good. And he will prove to everyone yet again that he's not very good. He had a good game. He's had good games with the Giants. Again, I can give you a handful of games where Daniel Jones played really well for the Giants. He threw one touchdown pass. Yes, he scored on every single drive. A lot of them are field goals. He threw one touchdown pass. Yes, he ran for two. I believe one was a sneak. He threw one touchdown pass. One. You want to go over how many quarterbacks played better than him last week? I know he did something historic. I can count on two hands the quarterbacks who played better than him. Now, they're really good quarterbacks who are far better than him, but, like, who played better, him or Josh Allen? I mean, Aaron Rodgers threw 4 touchdown passes against a far superior defense than the lousy Miami Dolphins. Aaron Rodgers threw 4 touchdown passes. The Miami Dolphins are falling apart from what they're literally crumbling from inside. Did you watch the game? The Dolphins are terrible. Let's talk next week about how well Daniel Jones plays. We'll see. Maybe he'll be great. Maybe you're right. I like Daniel Jones. I hope I'm wrong. I truly do. I hope I'm wrong. But no, I don't. I don't think Daniel Jones is very good. He had one good game. He's had good games before. He'll probably have another good game this year. Tom in Millville. What's up, Tom?
Hey, C-Mac. What's going on, man?
What's going on, buddy? Long time no talk.
Yeah.
Where are you going? Whose fault is that?
That's
an old Steve Summers. That's an old Steve Summers joke. Yeah, what do you got?
I've been doing a lot of listening. I still listen every day.
Well, thank you for that.
Following the wonderful Brett from Long Island. But I got to say, next week Daniel Jones plays the Broncos, so I can't wait to hear his phone call when that defense makes him look like he looked like, when he was playing with us. So I don't think it's going to go too well for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll see. I do wish him well, and if it means Brett gets the gloat on the show, then that's what it means. I do wish Daniel Jones well. I truly do. I just don't think he's very good,
right.
And I don't think this past week is going to be an indication of how the season goes for him. But we'll see.
I don't think so either. And, just like you, I'm a Knicks, Giants, Yankees fan. People ask me which team I like the most. I always say I would push the Giants off a volcano just to get the Yankees to play one more month. And this is the reason why, man. Every year I look forward to the, opening kickoff, the first week of football, and to just go out there and see the offensive play calling by Dable, who was supposed to be this, gave us all hope that the Giants' offense would finally look better. And, of course, I'm a realist. I didn't expect us to go out there against a team that was in the NFC Championship and beat them around. But just to see the same kind of play calling where we need 10 yards and we're running routes that we're getting 3. The offensive line just looks abysmal. I don't know if Andrew Thomas is going to be healthy. I don't even know if Andrew Thomas coming back is going to give us enough protection to do anything. But, I mean, we like somebody was saying before, we got 2 decent running backs with Tyrone Tracy and Scatterboo. Did you see any push on any run play from these guys?
No, not really. I did see a couple of highlights put out online where they're one block short. They were one block short on a trap that if the pulling guard gets there in time, there's a big hole. There's probably 2 or 3 where if there's just one more block made, they break something. But no, not really. No, not a lot of push. Completely dominated at the line of scrimmage. There are games where that happens. I think the offensive line will play better moving forward. I do. I think it'll be better than that. I'm not saying it'll be good. I'm saying even in, to get back to the Daniel Jones thing for a second, opening week 2 years ago against Dallas, Daniel Jones, Patrick Mahomes, John Elway, it doesn't matter. Nobody was winning that game. The Cowboys beat the Giants at the point of attack at the line of scrimmage, just completely dominated the game, especially after Andrew Thomas went down after chasing down the blocked field goal. That was it. Game was over. Daniel Jones had no chance in that game. And there have been games like that throughout the years where the Giants' offensive line have given the quarterback and the offense 0 chance. I feel like Sunday was borderline right there. The offensive line gave that team virtually very limited amounts of chances to make plays. I don't think that is a consistent thing with this line. It's not good. But but it doesn't always play to the level of giving the offense no chance. And I'm hoping without Micah Parsons, without Lawrence, who's been there for the Cowboys and have owned the Giants for years, I'm hoping that this defensive front isn't as talented as Washington's and that they can figure out a way to block it enough to give the offense a chance. And we'll have to see. And if Russell Wilson has a really good game and throws a bunch of touchdowns, you're not going to hear me go, oh, you see, he's great. It's one game. It's one game. And yeah, Daniel Jones goes against the Broncos this week. We'll see. If he lights up the Broncos and scores on every possession against the Broncos and throws for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns against the Broncos, I will sit here and go, "What? That was that." Now I'm surprised. Now we're on Daniel Jones watch. We are not on Daniel Jones watch after one game. And the reason why everybody's talking about him is because everybody thinks he sucks. And so for him to have that kind of game, it's wow, what the hell's going on with Daniel Jones? If he was a good quarterback, it was a nice day. Like, I know they score on every drive. That's impressive. He threw for 270 yards and 1 touchdown pass. Like, it's not like the greatest game you've ever seen. Very good. Very, very good. I watched a lot of the game. He made passes down the field. He put one right in the hands of Pittman for a touchdown down the sidelines on the touchdown pass. It was a beautiful ball. He actually was throwing the ball down the field. He looked really good. It's one game. And all of this is just nonsense, really, because it wasn't going to happen with the Giants. It was time to move on from them. This was not, whatever happens next for Daniel Jones wasn't going to happen with the Giants. So really, it's just now trivial and whether or not we want to be more mad at the organization. I understand why, but it wasn't going to work with Daniel Jones here. It just wasn't. There are times where it just doesn't work with someone. Saquon Barkley, it could have worked if they blocked it up. You know, there are other guys who have left where I think it could have worked. It wasn't going to work with Daniel Jones no matter what they did. No matter what they did. It just was dead here. And I wish him the best, but it's one game. I'm not going to get crazy about it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. Quick break. Back with more calls right after this.
After a tough Week 1 loss to the Commanders, Big Blue is hungry, desperate, and ready to respond.
So we got to pick up, move on.
The offense is determined to strike back, and the defense is prepared to hold the line.
We bleed together, we ride together.
This week, the stage is bigger. The stakes are higher. Giants, Cowboys, one of the NFL's greatest rivalries. And this time, it's all about redemption.
We got to get ready to play Dallas and beat them.
Kickoff is 1 p.m. Sunday. The home of New York Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York York's largest upscale gentlemen's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Join us. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, all this talk about Daniel Jones, and ultimately, it's about how it makes the Giants look as an organization. They jettisoned him. They bring in Russell Wilson. He has this great, incredible game. He scores on every drive. And Russell Wilson and the Giants stink yet again and look almost identical to when Daniel Jones played with the Giants. It looked almost exactly the same. But that's not really, again, as I was saying, it wasn't going to work here with Daniel Jones. I just don't think it was going to work here. And with his contract, it just didn't make any more sense for the New York Giants. And, I think I saw Marash tweet this, so I'll give him credit because sometimes I mess with him. And I mess with that whole show, and Loogie's the other dummy with the piece of paper on his chest. I do think last night and J.J. McCarthy is another quarterback to watch because they could have drafted him. And the buzz coming out of that was that they had no interest in him. Now, early on, we all thought they might have drafted him. He went on interviews saying he had great meetings with the Giants and he could expect he would be, he thought that the Giants could be a team interested in drafting him, and they passed on him. And I know Malik Neighbors is extremely talented, but, I know, and everyone's real confident in Jaxson Dart right now, but watching his first start, and again, I admitted I kind of dozed off watching it. I went back and watched the highlights. He threw 2 touchdowns and ran for 1 in the fourth quarter and came from behind after playing a miserable first half. He throws a pick 6, and from that moment on, he kind of changed. And he played an incredible second half and a really good fourth quarter and came from behind to beat Chicago on the road for his first NFL start. He had a divisional road win coming from behind after throwing a pick 6 to win the game. You want to talk about what's going to make the Giants look bad. What's going to make the Giants look bad are quarterbacks they passed up on drafting becoming superstar players. Now, again, one game, same thing as Daniel Jones. I'm not telling you that J.J. McCarthy is going to end up being a great quarterback in this league. I'm just telling you it's something to watch. You want to talk about what makes the Giants look bad? You want to talk about what is an indication of a franchise run poorly? You want to talk about how the offense stinks and this doesn't work, and yet, they let this guy go and Saquon go? I mean, we all knew Saquon was going to be good. I mean, it wasn't about the idea that Saquon's not good. It's just he's on the tail end of his career, and the Giants weren't in a position to pay a running back. That's how they felt. They didn't think he would go somewhere and stink. We all know he would be good. But Saquon leaves, becomes, borderline MVP and takes them to the Super Bowl. And, McKinney leaves and becomes, leads the league in interceptions for a time last year with Green Bay and, all that stuff. But also, they're going to be measured by the guys they didn't draft. Early on, people were trying to, get on them for not drafting Shedeur Sanders, and that, his first preseason game looked good. It didn't look so good for him after that, but his first they are going to be judged on the quarterbacks they passed up on and how Jaxson Dart does. And J.J. McCarthy, who they passed up on, and yes, he got hurt for his entire rookie season, came out and made his first NFL start, crapped the bed in the first half, looked completely lost, threw a terrible pick six, found himself, and led a comeback to beat a divisional opponent on the road and threw 2 touchdowns and ran one in the second half of that game. That's an impressive performance. You want to talk about where we view the New York Giants, and we want to talk about where the measuring sticks are and where the mistakes are and what we could look at as far as the failures of the organization and what they chose to do as opposed to what could have been done. You're going to look at quarterbacks they passed up on, and J.J. McCarthy being one of them. In that draft, they had every opportunity to draft J.J. McCarthy, chose not to, and based on how he plays, we could make a lot of indications on whether or not the Giants made mistakes or not. Now, we all love Malik Neighbors. We think he's a talented player, and right now there's a lot of optimism around Jaxson Dart. So maybe it'll all play itself out. But that's what's going to be the measuring stick of this franchise is who they passed up on. Who Brian Dable, who could have been a year into this already. Who Brian Dable passed up on to be his quarterback. That's how you're going to measure the Giants. Let's go to Mike in Fairfield. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Chris. Thanks for taking the call.
You got it, buddy.
Listen, the list never ends, man, with this franchise. It is rinse and repeat every single year, and it's just extremely intoxicating to be a Giants fan right now. And the only way this franchise could move forward with finding a quarterback is fixing the damn offensive line. It is you could put Jesus behind that line, and nothing will come out of it.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't. I got to be honest with you. There are games where they have played so poorly that nothing can come out of it. I don't believe that no quarterback could function. I'm sorry. I still believe, if you take this team right now with this terrible offensive line and you put one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL behind it, they're a playoff team.
Yeah.
I mean, you put Patrick Mahomes with the Giants right now, they're a playoff team. You put Joe Burrow. Look at Joe Burrow. That offensive line's terrible. Did you see what the Browns did to that offensive line? Did you see?
Yeah.
I know they have Jamar Chase. I get it. They have Malik Neighbors. I'm telling you right now, Joe Burrow would win games with the New York Giants.
You're right. If they had
I'm glad I convinced you.
So I'm just waking up.
So we went from Jesus can't do it to Joe Burrow can. So that was quick.
Yeah, no, you convince. No, listen, but
yeah, I hear you. I hear your point, though. I do.
Okay.
I do understand what you're trying to say. It's the offensive line has been the bane of their existence and their Achilles heel for going back well past Shane and Dable. It's been forever. I mean, it ended Eli Manning's career. So, I mean, it's been a long freaking time. It's been since Eric Flowers. The offensive line, and what's frustrating is I know we have this conversation too much about what made it. When the Giants were good, it was their linebacking core was terrific. We need to get back to having linebackers on the team. When they won that Super Bowl, it was the pass rush. We need to get the pass rush going on this team. Like, I hate to join that conversation, but when the Giants were winning, a lot of it was because their offensive line was the best in football. Sean O'Hara, Chris Snee, those guys were, Soybert, those guys were incredible. That was a great offensive line, a great offensive line. And it feels like since that version of the line has left, McKenzie, like we haven't seen a good offensive line since. Not even just, and again, I do think the offensive line has played better at times. When Andrew Thomas was in there, it was serviceable. There are games where it's not exclusively the offensive line's fault. I will still tell you that. I take it game by game. I do think the offensive line made it very difficult to function as an offense on Sunday. I don't think that's the case every week over the last 10 years. I don't. I put a lot of it on the play calling. I put a lot of it on the quarterback play. I put a lot of it on different things. It's not just the offensive line made it impossible. There are certain games that's the truth. Not every game over the last 12 years. It's just not true. It's just not true. The offensive line wasn't very good when they went to the playoffs. They found a way. It wasn't like that offensive line was any good. And yet they still won 9 games. Like, they can still win. They can still score touchdowns with this offensive line. They can. And they better. And that's what I'm talking about. That's why I disagree with the sentiment. I think it was Sal, and not to, go after Sal or anything. I'm not. But and I know other people say it. Like, well, it's just the only thing left to see is if he can develop the quarterback. I disagree. I want to see if he can game plan with the guy they brought in. Show me something. Show me a version of offense that can get into the end zone with Russell Wilson. I think that's going to go a lot to tell me about this coach. I don't want to. It's not just about whether or not they can get Jaxson Dart to complete some passes. Like, I need to see an offense that looks like an NFL offense in 2025. We see bad teams with offense. We see teams that aren't very good find a way to put up points. They scored 6 points, the fewest in the NFL this week. Unacceptable. And I want this coach to prove to me he can game plan and not just turn a quarterback from terrible to good, which I've seen him do. He helped develop Josh Allen. Not only did he do that, he turned Daniel Jones into he turned Daniel Jones. I know, we were talking about Daniel Jones earlier, and, Brett in Long Island, he wants to blame the coach for Daniel Jones's follies. I'll tell you what, if I'm Daniel Jones, I'm thanking Brian Daboll every day because he just made me a lot of money. Brian Daboll got Daniel Jones a contract and a lot of money off of that season. He was a turnover machine. He threw a terrible interception in the red zone week 1 against Tennessee. He got in Daniel Jones's face, and then Daniel Jones became the least turned over quarterback in the National Football League and went on to win a playoff game with him. I'm not saying he did everything right by him the rest of the way, but made him a lot of money. Turned Tommy DeVito into a guy who couldn't throw the ball against the Jets to a guy who was beating the Green Bay Packers in prime time. We've seen him do some good things with quarterbacks, but I still haven't seen a scheme. I still haven't seen red zone efficiency. I still want to see those things. And I want to see it with the quarterback he brought in here to run this offense. I'm not ready to just go, let's throw in Jaxson Dart and see if he can develop the quarterback. No. Let's stick with the guy he brought in here and show me why you brought him in. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back rapid fire style as we take it to 5 o'clock and the warm-up show right here on the Fan. Be right back.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
I wouldn't start Jaxson Dart. I wouldn't even consider it. No, me and you both. Yes. I told you he wouldn't play all year long. And ideally, he wouldn't, especially after only 1 week. And that's not to exonerate Russell Wilson. He played like crap.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah.
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right,
please?
hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Fans, step up to the plate this fall with Primo Brands home water delivery at water.com. Whether you're hosting the big game or keeping the whole house hydrated, water.com brings your favorites. Poland Spring, Pure Life, and even Saratoga straight to your door. No heavy lifting, no last-minute store runs, just the refreshment you need when you need it. Signing up is easy. Pick your water, choose your schedule, and enjoy. Use code BASEBALL for 50% off your first order, plus free delivery. Stay refreshed all season long. Order now at water.com.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
You know, not enough made about the Giants defense. I know they didn't give up a ton of points, and ultimately that's, you know, what it's about. But did you see their second down numbers? What Washington was able to do on second down in this game was incredible. Second down, 59% of the yards given up by the Giants were on second down. 59% of the total yards were given up on second down. In 10 different instances, the Giants had the Commanders' 2nd and 10 or longer. So 10 different times, The Giants had the Commanders on 2nd and 10 or longer. The Commanders averaged 15 yards per play on those 10 second downs. With an opportunity for 3rd and long, 10 different times, 2nd and 10 or longer, and the Commanders on those 10 plays got 150 yards. 15 yards a play on 2nd and long. You can't win. The Giants have an elite pass rush, or at least what we hope will be an elite pass rush. So watching the game again and watching some of the highlights, Abdul Carter, it seemed like a quiet day for him. He was beating guys. He was winning his matchups a good amount. Dexter Lawrence was the guy who really kind of had a down game, again, coming back from injury. He's on a little bit of a pitch count. His game shape isn't there just yet. Big guy, game shape isn't there just yet. After not playing all of last year, it's going to take some time, but Burns obviously won. Thibodeau had his moments, and Abdul Carter won his matchups a lot. But you can't have elite pass rush doesn't help. You got to get into 3rd and long sometimes. And the idea that every time, 10 times 2nd and long, 2nd and 10 or better, 10 different times, and they average 15 yards, that you can't beat an NFL team with a quarterback like Jaden Daniels if you can't use your elite pass rush if you don't get 3rd and longs. The defense didn't give up a ton of points. I get it. They weren't very good either. But they give up 200 yards of rushing offense? How many missed tackles? And how many big plays on 2nd down? Instead of having 3rd and long, you're looking at a 1st down or 3rd and short. That's a killer. It's a killer. All right, let's get through the calls as fast as we can. 888-808-1019. Eric and Ronkonkoma. What's up, Eric?
Morning, C-Mac.
Good morning, sir.
Before I get to the Mets, it never ceases to amaze me how Brett can talk for like minutes on hold.
You put him on hold. You put him on hold. You pick him back up. He's mid-conversation.
That is a talent I got to give him. I'll tell you, these next 9 games, boy, for the Mets are so important.
Yeah.
Especially these next 3, which is supposed to be in what's considered the hitter's ballpark. I mean, they already didn't do anything yesterday. Cincinnati's, I believe, hitter's ballpark. So they got shut down the last 3 games for the most part. I mean, if they're not careful by the middle of next week, they could very well be out of a spot, and I'm very concerned about that.
Well,
but I'll leave it at that. I know you got more calls.
Yeah, no, thank you. Look, I'm not. They are 3 games up on a team that they have the tiebreaker against in San Francisco. They are 4 games up on Cincinnati still. So, I'm not. They're still, it's 4 games in the loss column. So now they don't have the tiebreaker over Cincinnati. So if they tie Cincy, they would lose. So technically, they're 3 games back from both these teams. Or, 4 games back from both these teams, rather. I just don't see them blowing a 4-game lead. I just don't. But you're not wrong. I mean, these games are important. These games are clearly important. And Texas is playing well. Texas has thrown itself back into the mix here in the wild card. They're the only team with an above 10% chance to make the playoffs in all of baseball. They're the only team currently sitting outside the playoff picture that has a better than 10% chance of making the playoffs is the Texas Rangers. So, they've been thrusting themselves back into it. The Padres are obviously fighting the Dodgers for that division. The Nationals have played tough against the Mets, winning the last series. And then you get the Cubs, and then the end of the year, the one team, honestly, Met fans, who's the one team historically who you do not want to see at the end of the year with a chance of missing the playoffs or having a disastrous end to the season? Who's the one team that you don't want to see end your season? The Marlins. 3 games against the Marlins to end the year. In Miami. Do not go into that series needing to win 2 out of 3. I'm just telling you right now, don't do it. Dominic in North Carolina. What's up, Dom?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning,
I got a
Dom.
question for you.
Sure.
I got a question for you. You know those ads they run for the sperm bank on the morning show?
Yeah.
if you were a young lady and you went there to get some semen for insemination, wouldn't you be at least a little bit concerned that your child might be the spawn of the demon seed of Brett from Long Island?
I guess that would concern me. It is every woman's dream to have her son grow up and be in 11 social media groups. So, I mean...
And kicked out of a few of them.
I'm going to leave that one alone. Good call, though. Mitchell and Fort Lee. What's up, Mitch?
Hey, Big Mac, well, thank God you left out there. Brett's probably going crazy right about now if you would have said something. Tomorrow he would have went
I just let it go.
Okay, but here we go, Big Mac. Here we start. Here's the big part of the New York Yankees.
Yeah.
6 games. We got to go 4 out of 6, and we have a chance to win the division. I've always said that for weeks. We're going to win it. Tonight we start off with Detroit. I cannot wait to be there, and we're going to have a great time tonight. And you know what? Everyone said the Yankees are done. But guess what? 2 games out, we got a playoffs going. We got a division here, and it'll be a great game tonight. And the Yankees just got to play smart, and you got to pray that. We need Judge now. We need Judge to hit the ball. He hasn't really hit the ball in the last 2 weeks, even with his arm. And we need his bat. I mean, we'll get Stanton out of the DH, and hopefully, we'll get Rice there to play first a little bit more. Keep Wells there, and if we keep Judge there, I think we're okay. I really believe we're going to win the division.
Yeah, well, and thank you for the call, Mitch. I think they have a very good chance to win the division. They have to. They have to find 3 games over the next, 18? It sounds like the Tigers haven't set up a pitcher for Sunday, but I don't think it's going to be Skubal. I think they're going to avoid Skubal in this 3-game set. And then they have the real big one, the Red Sox. Because let's be honest, I want to win the division. The last thing I want to do, and I've said this and I'm open about it, the last thing I want to do is play the wild card series in Boston. If I got to play the wild card series, I need it in Yankee Stadium. That's why those 3 games against Boston are going to be very, very pivotal. But yeah, I think they've got an excellent chance to win the division. Thank you guys for calling. Thank you for listening. Thank you to those watching on the live stream and commenting. I appreciate it. We'll catch you tomorrow at 2 a.m. Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Moderna. Aaron Nola stymied the Mets over 6 innings of 3-hit ball with 7 Ks. And Joan Duran wiggled out of a second and third one-out situation in the 9th as the Phillies shut down the Mets 1-0 and seemingly put them to bed for good in the NL East.
The goal is to win the division, but, we're 8 back now. I guess that's what it is, but we got to keep going. We got to turn the page here. We got to get ready for another game tomorrow and, continue to get the job done. But overall, the inconsistency, and here we are in this position.
Rookie Nolan McClain gave up just a run over 5 1/3, but he took the loss. Now 4-1 with a 1.42 ERA in his 5 starts. Giants won, Reds lost, with the Mets up 3 on San Francisco, 4 on Cincinnati. Well, it's not time for Jaxson Dart just yet. Brian Dable sticking with Russell Wilson for Sunday against the Cowboys.
Yeah, I have confidence in Russ. We're doing everything we can do each week to develop Jaxson. He spends a lot of time in the building, spends a lot of time after practice going through things that he needs to go through to prepare himself to be, if he gets called upon, to be ready to go. And that's what we'll continue to do.
And J.J. McCarthy accounted for 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter, led the Vikings by the Bears 27-24 as Minnesota came back from 11 points down. And this report is brought to you by NJ MEP Manufacturing Day on October 3rd in Freehold. If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, your chance to network, learn, and connect with resources for your business is October 3rd. The annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day in Freehold. Both gubernatorial candidates will share their vision for industry in New Jersey. Register today at njmep.org. 60 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
Couple minutes after 5 o'clock, it's Tuesday. The Eddie Schizzeri was Al. How we doing?
Good morning, Jerry.
How we doing?
I feel like this Tom Seaver Jr.
pitcher for the Mets, Nolan McLean. He's like other. I think this makes him officially a Mets ace in that.
No, they don't score runs for him?
Correct.
Well, they don't score runs for anybody right now. But yes, you are correct.
Santana, Jacob DeGrom.
DeGrom really got the shaft.
I think I remember Johan Santana getting no run support.
Very possible.
It's unbelievable. You get a pitcher that goes out there, gives up a run, and it's like, oh, you're going to lose now.
And I wouldn't even say this was his best last night. Like, he battled through... that inning they scored the one run. It very easily could have been 2 or 3.
Yep.
He did a nice job, got him into the 6th inning again. They can't score. It's amazing. Even last night in the 9th inning, Alonso gets the base hit. They pinch run Mauricio. You get a double into not the corner, but into